Big Cat, good morning. Thanks for the follow. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Whaler. So, let's see what happens this morning. We got some news on tariff delays mixed with some Trump impeachment headlines. Uh, so, we'll see what the market decides to do. I know when I looked earlier, futures were up. PB, good morning. Why is that not playing?
Okay, guys, come on. There's gotta be a ticker.
3 minutes till the open. Morning, Vivian B. And my. Good morning. Happy Trader Guy, good morning.
What credit card do you want me to put your cell phone on?
The last one I gave you.
United one? Or just use my card?
Yeah, that's fine. Uh, Actually, no, use the. Oh, do you have to do it right now? Okay, market's open. Literally just opened.
Okay.
Okay. Simmons, good morning. Eltor, good morning. JA. Let's see what we got here. XLNX is one I wanted to watch this morning. Just because they have been so beat up. And they are red out of the gate. SPY doing at the open, looks like down at the moment for SPY. And right now, SPY just straight down. PNW 227.50. Green today. SPY 312 puts coming in. That could be interesting. Those are for December 11th, tomorrow. The SPY puts are about 65 cents. Nice pop on Netflix. They did get some downgrades this morning. Expedia near 110. Good. Let's see what we got. 109.81. Very nice. I might close some of that out real quick. Let's see. We got the Expedia. So I've got the 12/20 110s and this week's 110s. This week's 110s, decay overnight. Didn't see much juice on that pop there. Showing 105 by 120. Let's keep an eye on that. Nice pop there. It's going to go over 110. And now they are up 30%. I'm showing bid at 120. And then December 20th, those are up about 50%. Decent pullback there on Expedia. I'm trying to post that I was gonna get out of it here. Couldn't get out of it quick enough. I was gonna get out of those the 1220s because they were up nicely. The December 20th Expedias. All right, blue, just slightly red, and CMG. Just slightly red, 70 cents. They did get a price target upgrade, I believe, this morning. Amazon downside, Peloton downside, a lot of downside. Shop. Downside on Twilio, Cat, Disney. But not Roku. Nope. Not Roku. Roku doesn't care. It's not part of this market. It's not on the same team. Netflix. Maybe a short here. I can't believe XLNX is down this low, but tell you, if this, when we get news that all the, when all this dust settles, XLNX, I think, will make a very quick run up. A lot of stuff will be, but God, that one's just been beat up. kind of like XLNX here if it can hold VWAP for potential upside, short-term scalp type of play. And Expedia dropped below that. Well, it's filling that gap maybe. Maybe that's what it's doing. Yeah, nice candle there. And not too expensive to play if I remember right. Let's see. The 92s are $1. $1.07 by $1.15. 91.34. So 91s have about $1 on them. And the 90s about 70 cents. Not really any volume on this week's calls. Not much on next week either. Not that that'll stop me if I like it, but I don't know if I like it yet. Let me give it a few minutes here. No, above. So it held VWAP, held at 34. Now it's above the 9 EMA. That's got to stay above VWAP. I'm in the 92s. And Expedia pulled back here to the 34. Bounced, just below it, somewhere between the 34 and VWAP. And got a nice bounce. Heading back up now. Let's see what it does. Let's see if XLNX can go back to high day. It's a nice candle this morning. It's going to go up and break that though. Let's go Expedia. Thanks for the follow, Danilek. Welcome. All right, now those Expedias, I can get out of them officially. And let's go XL and X. So my. Are you LOLing about my officially statement? It goes on the record. $222. And I'm out half of this week's. So I got out of the December 20th 110s, and I'm out half of this week's 110s. I'll give it one more candle. If it gets one more, if this candle starts to come in red or the next one closes red, I'll be all out. Give it one more candle. Is our Thor THO doing anything interesting today? They got a couple upgrades, it sounded like this morning. Nope. Nothing. Nothing exciting. God, I wish I would have bought more time on these now, because this right in here, long term. That's on the daily. So we spent quite a bit of time in this area. And you would think that with the price target upgrades, if it can get any help from the market, that it would get through this resistance, but so far, no momentum to the upside at all. Ulta this morning, down about $1.60 from the open at 250. If Ulta breaks under 250, it actually didn't hit my alert. I had 249 or 248.39, which it has not hit yet. Could be an interesting spot. Right here, coming up on the rejecting the 34 at the moment. See if it gets through it. So I'm going to set an alert up here at the top, high a day. Roku. Little pullback there. Big red candle on XLNX. I need it to go. It did get high a day, so we shall see if it can continue. Mel talking about dark pool data. I guess quite a bit of dark pool and some flow coming through on some of the airlines, which go take a look at our AAL and see if it looks like that's going to be good or bad. Drop this morning, 27.19. Getting a little bounce here. AL still sitting at an area of long-term support though. Might have to give that one some time to work itself out. Without any more negative. I mean, the news yesterday was, I think there was some smoke coming from a plane. Not necessarily their fault, but and it didn't seem to really react. But without any major headlines, that area should hold as support. XLNX continuing to pull back. And if it breaks, what are we at? 90.35, 91.35. Hopefully it'll hold VWAP there. Hopefully it'll hold the 34 here. I will give it to about 91.15 or so, maybe just a candle or two below that. This is one you might have to give it to low a day. I'm not going to give it that far. But this looks good. Hopefully it'll just stay above 34, stay above VWAP there. Go on a nice little run. All right, Bobby, if you're still looking at CMG, it's looking like downside. not mean to draw that trend line. Trying to see, this is the trend line on Netflix. This is not my trade idea, this is Kang. But he's looking at this trend line on Netflix and it broke below it. And I'm trying to just see if I see what he sees, and, you know, kind of like we talk about, make sure that you look at the trade and you like the trade. If you follow it, you got to make sure you know what you're following and why. But it did break out of this price channel. He was just kind of following this trend line here on the 1 hour chart. And it did get some downgrades this morning. It looks like maybe, let's see what it does if it breaks VWAP here. Might be good for a short. Yep. Continuing to the downside for now. He did by the December 27th. Let's see, December 27th. He bought the 290s at 550. 290 puts at 550 there at 515. Make sure I read that right. I would assume that's what he got. Yep, Netflix 1227s at 550. I'd like to get it closer to the top of that channel, but you know, that may have been the pullback. It may not get another one. That's well above where we're at right now, so may not get that lucky. I followed, but I followed at 509. Kang, I followed you on this pop here. So yep. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to I'll give it to, you know, up around that like 298.38 or so. See if she can get below. Looks like she might break VWAP. I'll check it right now. Yep, I'm guessing the browser did that thing it likes to do on me again. Let me go check. Let's see. Oh, I'll take a screenshot for you what it likes to do to me. I gotta figure out what to do about that. I have not been able to fix it. But yeah, I'll turn it back on right now. Charlie, do you have that open by chance? No big deal. No big deal. I was just gonna have you. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Thank you. Right on. Let's get it. We got a high a day, 91.85 on Xilinx. I'm going to keep an eye here because I am short Netflix. Short Netflix, long Xilinx. So far above the 8 EMA here. Change this back to white and back to the 9. Maybe I'll actually save it this time. How about that? Might get another pullback here. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back to the 34. Test that again. Nope. Not yet. Now we got a little turtle action here. And if it breaks, right in here, we're gonna go. Come on, Xilinx. Where's NEM today? 39.77. That thing just snuck right by me. I was keeping an eye on it forever. It doesn't move real fast, but that 36, 30, 35, 50-ish to 40 has been pretty good. I've played it a few times. This actually got all the way down here to $30. When was that? April. But this range right here, like 30, 36 up to about 40, I've played a few times. It doesn't move real fast. Next time I see it at 36 or 37, I'll probably get some longer dated contracts on it again. I've played commons on it a few times too as well. We'll look at level 2. See what I see on Xilinx. What's PNW doing today? 227.85. That's what I had on level 2 from yesterday. That's what I was looking at. PNW above 228 can get interesting for a run back up over 230. Keep an eye on that. got today? Some PL still looking pretty good. PNW got 227.64. And Netflix. Wicks are still at the tops of these candles, but we may be kind of double bottom-ish here. And there's the pullback coming in, starting on Xilinx maybe. We did break high a day, so I'm going to give this a little bit of time. Citigroup maintains buy on Uber. I'm not buying Uber, regardless of what they say. MongoDB, MDB got a price target increase. Though small, 150 to 160. Hilton Hotels, 111 to 121. PH Parker Hannifin, 180 to 230. That's a pretty big upgrade. Wells Fargo lowered public storage. Nike got an upgrade, 98 to 105 at Bank of America. Stifle upgraded Stitch Fix. What's Nike doing today on that upgrade? Anything? Let's go take a nice pop on XLNX right there. Get rid of that. Let's go look at Nike. Nike looking good today. It's at 97. What are the Nike contracts looking like? I'd like to see a pullback like this one down here to the 34. A little extended at the moment on Nike, but it does look good. Wonder if Tech saw that upgrade. Hey Tech, you see the price target upgrade on Nike this morning? Yeah, looking pretty good today. Are you in it? I didn't know that either. Are you playing it? Are you in it or no? Just watching it? Okay. Gotcha. What are your thoughts on technical analysis just being a self-fulfilling prophecy? Well, so Titletown Matt, what makes it a self-fulfilling prophecy? The fact that everybody's looking at the same lines, including algos and everything else. So yeah, it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, certainly. But everybody's looking at them, right? So when something breaks a line that everyone's looking at going, well, if it gets through this, I'm getting in or I'm getting out. Yeah, that's why you see acceleration at those levels. Absolutely. So when you combine, the algos, changing their position stance, the HFTs monitoring the same areas, changing their position stance, then you're going to get moves. So I think, in large part it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, at a large scale. That's the way that I see it. I mean, there are certain areas of long-term support and resistance that are, maybe initially established, um, for a multitude of reasons. People just saying, "Hey, this stock shouldn't be here. I'm gonna buy it." Creates, some buying, FOMO, or a little bit of a buying frenzy. Creates a long-term area of support. But a lot of times, those, when you draw the fibs, they line up, and it's like everybody's watching those. Everybody's watching those fib extensions. Um, everybody's watching the same trends, the same patterns. So, yeah, I think the market creates it. Okay, so Netflix now looking a little bullish here. Didn't break low a day. Now through VWAP and the 34. We'll see what it does. And but it's still a long ways away from the bottom of that price channel. Do see, let's look at this on a 5-minute. Like to look at the 5-minute candles here. Yeah, it's looking a little bullish. Although it could still just be consolidation. A little bit of consolidation in here. If it gets above about 298, I'll cut it. I don't think those contracts are going to move real fast because they are out a little ways unless it gets a big pop. We're already down to, actually they're down about 10% right now. Kang's still in it. Netflix still looking good. Expedia, whew, beautiful. Play the psychology behind the technicals. The technicals is representation of the, yes, definitely. Definitely agree. And that's the thing, right? That's why you look for, that volume or confirmation at those levels. You want to see, you're looking at those levels, you want to see if everything else is looking at those levels, and it'll get, it'll be represented in the chart. And the price action, if it's going to play out. And Titletown Matt, thanks for bringing it up. That's a good conversation, and it's one that I don't know that we talk about enough. Is, really, why are we watching those levels? What are we looking for? It's one thing to just say, oh, we look for support and resistance. And the EMAs. Okay, well, I think it helps to understand what we're looking for at those levels. And maybe we should talk about that a little more. I mean, it's one thing just to watch the level, right? But what are you watching? I think we could talk about that some more. So, Netflix, I'm watching up to this 298.88 high a day. What's SPY doing? SPY is popping. So those puts that came in, there is some more put flow coming in, but popping at the moment. God, Expedia. Alright, what did we, like those weekly 110s, where are we at? The weekly 110s, we got in at 102, and I'm showing 85 by $2. So those are up about 80%. Some flow coming in on Oxy. Yeah, I'm in a little HD. I haven't looked at it today. Mostly because right now I'm playing Netflix and XLNX. What's HD doing? I need to set an alert real quick on NEM though, because if it gets back down at some point here under 37, like I was saying, you could play this 37 to 40. This played out pretty nice for me a few times. So just set an alert there. Let's go on to HD and take a look. Little red this morning, 18 cents, not too bad. And I'm holding some longer dated stuff in HD. My. XLNX still looking good. Let's go, baby. XLNX has to make a move here above 92. If it does, those contracts are gonna juice. And Chipotle still dropping, 820. Look at that thing. Look at that thing go. If you want to short it, I'd wait. You're definitely chasing right here. Let's go Xilinx. And Netflix, you get your ass back down there. Okay, now we're up another level here on Xilinx. What do we got? High day 9204. Let's say about 9182. Looking for that to hold. HD looking like it's gonna maybe get a little pop here. HD, is it your day to shine? Nike's still looking good. I was gonna go price those out. What do Nike contracts look like? We're at 97.37, 52-week high. Oh, 97.63, 52-week high. So not quite there today, just under 52. Nice upgrade this morning. Cup formation, sorta, here on the 15-minute. You can see that. Nike looks like it wants to go for 52. And it's at 97 and change. Those are a little, oh, those are out to December 27th. So the weekly 97s are $1. So not bad. You're paying about 50 cents in premium. If it does break the 52-week high, I could see, some continuation there on a blue sky breakout. If you go out to next week, they get a little expensive. No, I'd be sticking with this week's. The 96s carry about 40 cents. And the 97s have about 60 cents in premium, so not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna maybe pick up a couple of those. This close to 52-week high that was just put in. Let's see, when was that? Yesterday? Yep. So 52-week high was yesterday. So I'm looking for it to go break that with that price target upgrade. Oh. Thank you, big Indian guy. My mic had fallen. An Easy Rider. Thank you. It had it fell off there. Sorry about that. Call me Mr. Meow. I'll go look at BMY with you. Give me just a second. Nice pop on Xilinx there, 9203. I don't have one. A lot of times I don't have upside price targets, FYI. As long as things still, as long as I still like them. Like right now, I see this 6330. Let's call it. We're over. Let's see, 6174. PB, I'm in Nike, but it's kind of chasing. Maybe, I don't know, but I do think it'll probably go test that 52-week high. If it does, we may get a blue sky breakout, and I would say that it's a little risky because it may reject that high a day. I didn't take a very big position. I think we still got some room on BMY. Never hurts to take profits if you're nice and green. Nobody ever goes broke taking profit. You could see the 1272 extension is all the way up at 63.93. So if it does make it there, potential area for rejection or resistance. So I'd be looking towards that area, 63.93. If you have contracts that have some time on them, it'll probably go test that. Bob, a nice trend. Let's see, HD rejecting. And that was a really nice pop on Xilinx. What are we? Let's see where we're at with those. They're up about 20%. Not too bad. I might trim off a little here. I'm not going to if it keeps popping. I mean, right now it's above the 80 MA. So, you know, that will likely be when we get a candle, the next candle that closes below it, take some profit and see if it holds the 34. And yes, so I got on Nike, I picked up small position this week's 97 calls. Enlock. Bullish call volume. Woohoo! Go Xilinx. Thank you. Expedia high a day, thank you. It did it again. Oop, it loaded. What do you think of Shop short? They closed all the 500 calls. Give me a second. We'll go take a look at Shop. XLNX still above that that 9 EMA there. Looking good. Netflix dropping. Yay, Shop. Let's see. What do I think of Shop? Well, I think it's coming up on some potential support. You've got 1272, 361.29, so a few dollars below where it's at right now. You got the 200. Where's that at? So it is below the 200. And the 200 MA. I think, let's see, 367.31. What's low a day? 366.14. Let it break low a day. Or, you know, maybe a pullback. Maybe a pullback to the 34 VWAP or something like that. Or a break under low a day. I don't hate it. I didn't see any news or anything. Did they get any sort of downgrade or anything like that? Or is this just purely technical? Because it is... You can see where it's pushing back from on the weekly chart here. I was up at about 383. I have resistance, you know, down to about 372. Where are we at now? 367.48. Let's see. Kind of like it. You know, you could see some resistance up here around 368.50. Potentially. You know, it did crack through that yesterday. The tail of this candle, the wick here, is pushing it down at the moment. I don't know what's moving it down. See some support, you know, on the weekly. So this is, you know, stronger support here on the weekly, right at 350. So you got a ways to go till you get there. But you could potentially see this filling in some of the body of this weekly candle from last week. If we look at the daily, you get the 141 extension, 365.86. 86. Let's see. It's 361.87. Interesting area. You could play it short, you know, if you want to play it tight using that 9 EMA. You know, if it breaks through that, then it's you got the 34 that it may go test, but I don't hate it. You've definitely got some room, I think, a little bit. 361 and change. Xilinx still 9209. Oh, 9212. Let's go. Go break HOD. 9213. Pop, 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 pop. 9214. All right, we don't have to count it a penny at a time, but yeah, we are high day. Those are up about 30%, so, you know, not bad to trim a little off. Oh, nice pop. Nice pop. Very nice. 92.25. All right, and I am out half, 35%, 91 cents to $1.24. Officially, for the record. Thanks, Bobby. For the record, I'm out half on that pop. Oh, I gotta go fill out that silly form. Always forget about the form. So that was this week's 97, 121. Oh crap. That was supposed to be a close, and I think I just posted it as an open. I need to go look at that. Got out of SPY calls, 45%. Nice job, PB. Way to go. Oh god, that was jacked up. That form I just did, that was not at all even kind of close to what I did. This form, I get confused. Nice pop on THO. Now, a little too far out of the money when we bought those because it was popping when we bought them. When I bought them, it was popping. So I think I ended up with 70s, which are probably not going to work out. Yeah, those are not moving. We do have a little time on those, though. They might work out. They're down to a quarter, so it was not my best trade. Shopify still looks to be dropping. What else we got? Cat still not dropping. Amazon holding VWAP at the moment down here at 1746. Not a bad place to try it if you play Amazon. If it can get here above the 34, at least, on the 1 minute, you should certainly look at the longer term chart and see where it's at. Still Netflix short. AbbVie moving up. Nice. Good. We need some AbbVie action. BMY. Alta just barely under 250. I don't think I'm going to mess with Alta today. What's AbbVie doing? Yeah, not too bad. Still under 87. I want to see it back up 87, 50, 88 and hold. But yeah, not too bad here coming off what was that, 86.25. Damn it, I'm pretty sure that yesterday when we looked at this, I said low 86s, I'll buy some more. Pretty sure if I go back and listen, that's exactly what I said. And I missed it. HD actually not looking half bad if it can get through, this clump here, 216, 17-ish for a potential run. Nike pulling back since I bought it. That's all right. I will give this, I'll give it to VWAP. That was intended just to be a scalp, so if it breaks VWAP, I'll probably just jump out of it. Repeater bullish on Tesla. And AAL, nice bounce. Now 27.50. Nice big cup here. I think we're going to be okay in those. Wow, Tesla rocket at the moment. Good morning, Master Tomasito. Bobby, nothing new. I will take a look at Starbucks. Tesla kind of looks like it would be chasing at the moment. So if you like Tesla and you want to play Tesla, I'd be waiting for a pullback if it gets one. Sometimes Tesla doesn't get a damn pullback. Starbucks. What do we got here? All right, I got Starbucks. 87.55 resistance potentially. Does look good here on the daily. It's above the 200. You got the 21 EMA crossing. Yeah. Does not look half bad. Any news? Let's see. Safeway and Starbucks to open in Pioneer Crossing Shopping Center. Great. There's a Starbucks in like every Safeway, isn't there? Piton looking ugly. I can go look at that. Price target upgrade, and it was up 1%, fell down at the open. Good. Looks good for a bounce. Thanks, Master Tomasito. Let's look at it on the 1 minute here. If we get those indicators turning back up, I agree. It might, but might be. This is at support right here, you know, from yesterday. You would want that to hold. I don't hate this at all, where it's at. For a run back up over that 87.50, it's not bad. Let's see if it can get, you know, let's let it show us that where the bottom is, and that support is gonna hold. But I kind of like it. See that 618 extension here on this pop? That 618 extension acting as support, pulled back, come down. It did break through 382 and has not made it to the 236 extension. It's just on a 1 minute here. But I do like it. I just want to see some confirmation here that it's below the 200 MA right now. So I'd like to see it back above that. This is not a bad spot though. I mean, you could play it just off, you know, this support level in here down to about 86.30. You're at 86.62. You know, you could play that low here towards the end of day yesterday as your level of support. If it gets down to there, then it's definitely, I think, worth a shot. But yeah, keep an eye on this. I think once the confirmation is there that it turns around, definitely a good play. Shop's getting a little pop. And Shop looks like it wants to bounce, potentially. I don't know. I don't think Piton looks half bad here. Why do you say it looks ugly for this month, Bobby? I don't understand. I don't understand. What are you talking about? The technicals? Well, maybe I don't see what you see. Sure. I mean, I see it bouncing perfectly off the 618 twice, kind of double bottom there. Right around 31.35. You know, this was a pretty nice run, so wouldn't be surprised to see some consolidation here on the daily. A little back and forth, but it broke a channel. Well, yeah, post your chart. Remember, sometimes these things make parallel channels. So sometimes they'll break a channel and start the next leg. But yeah, I mean, not to say that, you know, it could drop for sure. It's Peloton. I'm holding some commons and I'm okay, you know, holding that for a while. Sounds like they're playing Tesla. I don't know that I want to play Tesla. Real all right. Just hosted a stream for 1 viewers. Well, welcome you and your viewer. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, Bobby, I don't know, man. It like at least on the 1 minute, it's seems to have bottomed out. We'll see. And I actually kind of like it right here. Not gonna lie. We do know this thing can take some wild swings, right? Like if it rejects the 34 here, it could go back down to 31.50 pretty quick. If it breaks the 34 here, it can see 35 in a hurry. So it's tough. It can move. And they're still pretty expensive. There's about $1.70 and $1.80 in premium on the 35s. So little juiced for a $30 stock. But she can move quick. Actually, the 34s aren't as bad, about $1.10. To just get a call sweep in Expedia that came in. Let's see what Pelotons have the most volume. Yeah, I'm already in the longer dated Peloton. I'm gonna go look at Tesla. You posted on Discord? Okay. Tesla just not stopping. Crazy. Let's see. Oh, I see your Peloton chart there. Did it break it or is it testing it? Kind of a gray area, right? I mean, I see what you're looking at, which it did once before, but then it bounced off the 34 EMA. So, yeah, I don't know what's next for it, but those, if you extend that parallel line out like you see me do sometimes, it might make a new one. That is parallel to the original. So I don't know. I think Peloton's tough because obviously the low float, high short, and they're, whether it's good news or bad news, they're in the news right now. Tesla 116, 160s. Damn, Kang, you got a December 13th 160 call for $1.60? I'm just messing with you. You do have a typo there, though. All good. I just figured I'd let you know. You go change it. Oh, it's all good. And okay, our Expedias, hopefully somebody got into that with me yesterday because those are up about 130. I think about 130%. It's hard because Fidelity likes to adjust my cost basis, but over 100%. Still waiting for Starbucks here to kind of show the reversal. It's starting to look that way. I'd like to see that sentiment indicator. All right, now it's looking better. You might wait for that TTM squeeze indicator to flip over, and then I like it. And I would be playing probably the 87s for 50 cents or the 86s for $1. There's a lot more OI on the 86 and 86 and a halves. Actually, the 86.50s aren't too bad. 68 cents. Those could move. Even the 87.50s for 28 cents. Nah. I mean, they're only $1 out of the money, but yeah, I think I'd be looking at the 86.50s are 70 cents. Not too bad. Yeah, call me Mr. Meow. That's what I'm seeing. It looks like it. I'll pick up a couple small positions, 72 cents. This week's 86.50s. But it's got to get through that 34. And I don't like to try to call the bottom, so be careful with this. You know, I think once it gets through the 34 there, it's pretty safe in the realm of, you know, the stock market, but let's get it, Mr. Meow. Let's get it. You know, I still think because of this downtrend here on the 1 minute, there's still a fair amount of risk in this one. I would consider it to be a higher risk play. But I do like where it's sitting. Wish you would have caught that XLNX or Expedia. Those both played out really nice. Hell, Expedia. Now it's getting a little pullback here. But both these plays worked out really nice. Yeah, for sure. There's always going to be another one. Always going to be another one. That we know. What's Netflix doing? Netflix kind of 1, 2, 3 bottom here. Double bottom at the moment. Still has not been able to get through the 34 to the upside though. So for now, I'm going to hold those puts. Let's go Nike. See if we can get back above VWAP there. BMY looking pretty good. THO still moving up a little. Okay, there's an Ulta bounce now over 250 and over VWAP. Didn't quite come down to test. Now let's see if we adjust this to the body of that candle. Where's that put us? Nope. Go back down to bottom of the wick. No. Trying to see if anything lines up here on Ulta. That was the first move. Ulta actually doesn't look bad right here. Ulta, though, the premiums can suck. So Ulta 250, like the 250 250s are still $3. So still quite a bit of premium on them, but you know, it can move pretty quick. Wonder if that is bottom or not on Ulta. Could look to like the 260s. So today's Tuesday. The 260s are 60 cents. It's got to make a move probably up to about 253 or so before those really start to see movement. 255s are $1.65. That's not too bad, I suppose. But when you're playing out of the money like that, you've got to get the move, you know, relatively quick. Like within the next probably 2 hours before they start to lose some of that, you know, time value. Keep that in mind. If you decide to play that. Xilinx still popping, 92.24. Alright, Starbucks still moving up. Let's get through that 34. Is she gonna look good? I don't know that it's gonna get through it, but okay, Xilinx now 92.31, 33. What are we up on those now? About 40%? Yeah. About 40%. Picked up a little. Starbucks, like I said, I consider it risky given this move on the 1 minute, but it is kind of down here near support. I'd like to see it break through that 34 EMA. But yes, Bobby, got in Starbucks. All the indicators flip. You know, looks like they're starting to turn over. I got in the 8650s this week, which are, I posted in my mod room. Another pop on Xilinx, 9236. That is gorgeous. Expedia looking good too still. Now this is a critical point right here. Coming up on the 34, if it rejects the 34, we're gonna pull back before, you know, potentially making another run at it, but let's see what she does. Everything's kind of starting to flip positive here. So we'll see. Give it a few minutes. See if we can get any kind of momentum to push us back up. Next resistance here around 86.70 if it gets through the 34. 86.75-ish. Let's see. 92.91. Soon, we'll see. Easy Rider. Is Xilinx a swing for you? Or just today holdover VWAP? I don't know yet. Easy Rider, I'm not going to make that decision just yet. I don't know. Depends on how it looks at the end of day, but right now it's looking pretty strong. Looks like it, yeah, it's looking strong at the moment, but we'll see. All right, we're getting some drops. It sounds like I just heard, yeah, look at SPY, so be careful. I'm going to look to probably cut some stuff here. Oh, I'm listening to Boeing. UVXY, spike to the upside. Watch your long positions, guys. We're getting a drop here on potentially an algo drop. I haven't heard a headline yet, but definitely have some drops coming in. Be careful. If you've got green, consider taking some of it off the table. But, you know, I don't jump. Kudlow, there was a headline. Kudlow says that the tariff delay cannot be confirmed. That was the headline. That was the drop. So what got us moving, I think, this morning is now same back and forth crap, right? Same stuff we've been doing. Typically, when we see this algo drop, it gets, you know, usually bought back up. We'll see, but Kudlow says the reality is that the December 15th tariffs are still on the table. So yeah, more of the same shenanigans. Yeah, BMY doesn't give a shit. It does not care. I noticed THO doesn't seem to care either. Then again, it didn't care about its price target upgrades yesterday when we wanted it to, but it does not seem to care. Right? Man, you got to imagine they're sitting there at the table going, all right, we're going to drop this headline. Get your puts ready. We're going to drop it. You're going to get 2 candles to get out. I don't think that's what happens, but damn. I mean, really, they'd only have to give me one headline. Just give me one ahead of time, and I'm good. That's all it would take, and I'd be done. Just give me advance notice on one. And I will turn that one headline into the rest of my my life, my kids' lives, and their kids' lives. Done. Tweet citing people sources, right? Exactly. Sounds like more bullshit to me. Xilinx pulled back right to 786 extension. Getting a little bounce here. So not bad. If it holds that 786, I'll probably stay in it. If it gets below that, I might jump out. Good, stop that at Tesla. That's what happens, PB. You get those algo drops. Now, you know, a lot of stuff is getting a bounce. Tesla has not gotten a bounce yet. Not to say it won't. But it hasn't yet put in a bounce. If we look at Tesla here, drawing our fibs on the 1 minute. Let's see where it pulled back to. Look at that. Same spot, 786 extension. So, you know, you get the algo drops, but you talk about those, you know, like the self-fulfilling prophecies that we talked about this morning. Buyers stepped in right at the 786 extension. Like they should. Now it's got to get back above that 9 EMA, though. Otherwise, you could see some continued downside. But we'll see. But it just, I mean, so many times those pullbacks and stuff, they're just like, it's textbook. They don't always play out. I wish they did. If they played out every time, though, this would be, I guess, too easy. I don't know if that's you know, I'd be okay with too easy for a little while. And THO just continuing to churn at the moment. Why do I have that chart up twice? I don't need it twice. Once is enough. And Starbucks had a little pullback with the SPY drop, and now looking okay. And SPY drop and recover, as we like to do and have been doing with those algo candles. It's nonsense, honestly. Let's see what else we got here. PNW still just barely above 227. We did get some bullish flow in NLOC. Wow, 26.25. Nice for NLOC, which is Norton LifeLock Blue, 82.50 today. Nice. My commons are looking good in blue. I had to hold through some shit on that one. I don't know. THO is a nice move here from the low, around 62.50. That's about a $3 move that it's made off that drop. Yeah, Mr. Meow Blue is nice today. Definitely. So if you're in Xilinx, you know, the tariff news tends to hit them harder than the rest, so be very careful. Don't want anybody losing money there. I'm going to jump out because those are weeklies. You know, it may not get the same sort of recovery that everything else gets. And Netflix popping to the upside at the moment. So Xilinx is just risky right now. I like it. And it was working out really, really nice until that stupid headline. So, but hey, getting out green after a headline drop, not too bad. I'll take it. Green is green. And Netflix popping at the moment. I am out the majority of my Netflix puts because I don't like this. But I think it's okay up here to about 297 and change. Call it 298-ish. If it gets through that and keeps going, yeah. So I got out 91 to 110, I believe, was my fill on Xilinx. 111. 111 was the rest. Notorious, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you here. What do I think of Nuon January 18 calls? You like the weekly. Well, give me a second. We'll go look at Nuance. Watching Starbucks here. It rejected the 34. I was kind of afraid of that. Drop on the headline, went back, tested the 34 before pulling back again. I'm going to give this, you know, you should probably cut it if it drops below 86.35. Not to say it will, but I think 86.25 or so is about my oh shit line. But understand that those contracts, if it gets down there, they're going to take a hit. So you may not want to give it that much room. All right, now Xilinx may recover, but I'm out of it for now. I'm good. Let's go look at Nuance. So you're looking at the January 18 calls. So I will preface anything that I say about Nuance with the fact that every profession that I've been in that's supposed to be using their software that they design it for doesn't use their software for whatever reason. I don't know why. They've got stuff specific to the law firm industry. They have stuff for the medical industry. But for some reason, everybody that I meet, I used to work at a law firm, and everybody that I meet that's in those industries, they're like, yeah, we're not using it. It's not accurate enough. That's all, whatever. That said, how much are the January 18 calls? And if you don't know what they do, they make that Dragon Naturally Speaking, which is voice to text recognition. They do some transcription type stuff that supposedly they automate that. So those calls are 70, those January 18 calls are 70 cents. I don't hate where it's at on the chart, although it is coming up on some resistance. And I just don't care about Nuance. It looks like maybe their ER was good. I don't know. I think there's some risk coming into this previous resistance, but it does look good. Like, the 1 hour here, this trend has been really nice on the 1 hour chart. That was down here at $13 just a month ago. So that's the trend line on the 1 hour chart-ish. So I think it's a little extended. You can see it pulling back there right now. If you can pick it up closer to that trend line, maybe not so bad. But I don't think it's, horribly risky, but you're coming up on some resistance. It's good just to know where you're at. If it pulls back to VWAP, maybe you give it a shot, or the 200. Ideally, off this trend line, because at some point, it's coming back to this. At least it looks that way. Or maybe that was the end of the pullback, but now you've got kind of double top coming up here, 1820-ish. So keep an eye on that. You might get a breakout. This is on a 2 hour chart, so if it continues to squeeze in between that and the trend line, you might get a nice move when it breaks out of that. So that's what I would be watching. Right up in here in the 18, between 1820 and 1830. If it can get up in here. But if you like it and you want to play it, it has not broke this trend line since the end of September. So you could play it off that trend line. I think it's the best place to pick it up if it gets back down there. That's the safest play. Nike. High a day, 97.59. 4 pennies off the high from yesterday, that 52-week high. 4 pennies. You're telling me it's not going to go... It's not going to do that? Now we're about 50 cents below that. Come on, Nike. Get your ass back up there. Just do it. That's right. Give us a swoosh. Give us the good old Nike swoosh. You could kind of see. Let's see if we can get one of like Why is it not working? It's not. Great. What is that add-on broken? One second. That's going to have to disconnect for a second. Why my mouse just stopped working on that screen. What is going on? Okay, now where did my charts go? There we go. Back. And you kind of... Nope, still won't let me draw over there. I don't know why. What if I do that? Nope. Oh, I have to mess with that later. I was going to draw a swoosh on the Nike chart for like a good luck charm, but it would not let me. And I'm not entirely sure why. So.
Wow, it's really quiet. What's everybody watching?
We're watching Bender for the profit of the box. Well, let's get some profit. Starbucks. Still looking okay here from where we bought it. What's Roku gonna do? Roku gonna go up and test VWAP or reject and move lower? What about SPY? Where are we at on SPY? Flattened out. So this is the concern right now. SPY took that drop, came up, rejected the 34. See what it's going to do, if it's going to, drop and pull a bunch of shit with it. Should probably look at BA. And good thing we got out of Xilinx. At least at the moment. It is sitting at VWAP. So you might look for those indicators to turn around. On Xilinx, it might be interesting. And BA, not really doing anything, right? They did just release a bunch of numbers, but their deliveries were halved in the first 11 months of 2019. But not taking like a BA drop at the moment. Did you miss a setting? Every time I log in, I get all these commercials. No. Nathan Schrader, it looks like you are, let's see, you are not currently subscribed with Prime. So you do have to renew. If you're subscribed with Twitch Prime, you have to renew that every month. For anybody that's not, do it. Let's see. Not really any momentum yet on Boeing. Either direction on that headline. Yeah, Nathan Trader, just go back up there and hit that subscribe with Prime again, and you should be good. Shop flirting with VWAP. This THO chart today looks amazing. It didn't want to do it yesterday. It didn't want to make that move yesterday, but right now it's looking good. So THO, let's see. Again, these you can only play monthlies. The 65s, I guess, aren't too bad at $2. 215 by 235. I'm just gonna, I guess, sit in the 70s for now. I don't think I'm gonna do anything else with it at the moment, but it is moving nicely. We've got a couple weeks on those, so I'll give them a little time. Just low volume, about 600,000 today. Normal, the average daily volume is about 760,000. I'm gonna go look at NLOC real quick. We had some bullish flow in that thing. Looks like it's up nicely today. I can look at Shop. What's Shop doing? Shop is flirting with VWAP. All right, let's go, Nike. Little pop here off it, almost the 200, but you see it dropped just below this like support level, and it got back up. You know, look at that volume right there. It was bought back up pretty quick, so that's a good sign. And BA not really doing anything. I wouldn't be surprised to see BA take a bigger drop at some point, you know, during the day, maybe later in the week, but for now it hasn't done it. All right, Nike, use your swoosh superpowers, please. Starbucks still rejecting the 34. All right, Tesla. What you gonna do? I might try those 360s now. Now that they're quite a bit cheaper. It's above the 34 now. Yeah, Nike bounced right off that 200. And back over the 34. Just barely. Starbucks coiling up here under the 34. See if she can get that break as well. All right, there's a pop on Nike above the 34, above VWAP. Now we want to hold up there, and then we could see a little run. It wants it. It wants it. And Nike looks like on the indicators it's turning over here, ready to head up. You can also see, all right, Netflix. Oh, this is Starbucks. Good. Over the 34. See if we can get some continuation there. Ooh, shop. Damn. Was that like a $2 drop? That was a big candle. Sheesh. 64. That was a big candle. Anything going on with shop, or is that just... I mean, that might just be that 200 rejection there, which happened up here as well. And, you know, end of day yesterday, it's been rejecting the 200 since then. I don't know if anything's going on with shop, but yeah, that was a big candle. And see if Nike can hold above VWAP, but everything looks to be turning up here a little bit. Uh-oh, what's going on? Is SPY dropping too? Yep, it sure is. So there's part of it, right? Same thing going on across the board. Starbucks, Roku taking a little drop. Tesla doesn't give a shit yet. How about our BMY and THO? THO doesn't care. I don't think there's enough volume in THO to, have those kinds of reactions. And Alta up over 251. Trimming some Tesla. Don't blame you. That was a nice pop right there that it got. Let's see. Yeah, I might take a little off as well. I'm going to give it another candle or two. What'd I get in at? 120 was that last? No, 120 was that last fill. So green, but just barely. 15 cents, 18 cents. Still looking all right. SPY looking weak. I don't know. We'll see if this holds right here. If it does, it'll look a lot better if that continues to act as support. So we got that drop, bounce, bounce, lower high, and came back down, but lower low. Didn't come back down here and test yet. We might be all right. Let's see. I don't know. Not convinced on direction there. And Shopify looks. Let's see. Putting in some more red there. Do have support. Where's that? 363. So about $4 below. You can see some support here. 364, call it. So potentially another $3 to go. Not to say it'll get there, but it could. Too expensive for me. The 360 puts are $4 for this week. So $8 in premium on those? Nah, I'll pass. Watching paint dry. On which ticker? Ooh, that was ugly on Tesla. Which ticker are you watching paint dry on? Come on, Starbucks. Hold that 34 for us. Oh, Nike. Starbucks rejected the 34 and has now broken through low of day. That bastard. I might be cutting Starbucks. Let me go back and look here, because that is that support area, I think, from yesterday, right? 86.25-ish was pretty close to the low here towards the end of the day. I would expect that to hold, but right now, looking like shit. Nice pop on Nike. Hey, we're getting our swoosh. We're getting our swoosh. I was going to draw it on the chart for good luck. I didn't get to, but it's kind of putting that in. Looks like it might. Yeah, if this doesn't hold, 86.25-ish. I'll give it to 86.20. I'll give it to 86.20, and then I would cut probably right there. It might make it all the way down there before finding support, but then you got 86.16, 15-ish as the next level. It's not looking great at the moment. So let's see where we're at. That's about 20%. So tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut the majority here. I think the risk level is increasing as SPY, continues to struggle here for the moment. Just don't like that. All right, Tesla, come on. You can do it. Still right there. It bounced off that 786 a couple times. Kind of flagging a bit here. Starbucks, what are you going to do? Do something cool for us. You and Nike together. Put on your Nikes, run. Everybody, put on your Nikes. Go run. Grab a cup of Starbucks. Let's make it go back up. There we go. THO just continuing to grind on very low volume, but that's normal for them, that low volume. A bit of red coming in here on Ulta, rejecting. It hadn't even got back to that 250, 280, 618 extension is where it rejected previously. Like I said, above 250, 281, it looks a lot more interesting to me. That's what I would be watching. Come on, Nike. Just do it. There we go. Maybe I need to give Nike some music. Nice move. Let's get above this turtle line and get this party started. Oops. What's up, Forex? How's it going? Hope your day is going well. Not doing too bad over here. Couple of nice winners today. Yen pairs push up again. Yeah, I could see that. What are they doing right now? I'm watching SPY now. Maybe has put in bottom. That was a fun headline drop, though, that we got. If you like, things like ice picks under your fingernails and whatnot. Stuff is fun. Small trades during Asian session. Right on. All right, Nike. Let's do it. Let's do it. Go, Nike, go. There's the pop. We need to get over this right here. What is that? Up to about 97.39. 3 more pennies. Well, Forex, we are currently in Nike to the upside. Still in Starbucks upside, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to hold this thing. It's not making the move I wanted to see. It's rejecting the 34 EMA at the moment. Give it a little more time. But Nike looking good. And Thor, THO, what's it doing? Pulled back to the 34 EMA. We'll see what it does there. Start hunting some short of yen pair soon. Right on. Man, I've never traded Forex. Traded S&P futures, but outside of stocks and options, that's about it. Good shorts are to come. Nice. You'll have to give us an idea on, like, you know, not position size, but just I'd love to see the trades you take and the outcome. Certainly something I'm interested in. Let's go, Nike. Yeah, and Forex, I think that's what intrigues me about it. I think it would certainly be helpful as another, you know, something else to watch, keep an eye on, and try to develop, you know, an understanding of it. Expedia 111.93. Maybe turning back up here, we'll see. See if that one gives us any more. Nike popping. Yeah. No, not for a specific stock, but yeah, just to understand, I'd like to understand what the correlation is, how it moves with the market. And I probably just need to spend some time and do a little analysis on the market moves and how the yen pair moves. Oh, my batteries are dead. I'm going to have to go grab some more here. Fucking Tesla. So right now you got this little trend line. I mean, this is only a 1 minute time frame, right? So I don't put a lot of weight into this, but you do have 3 points there on the 1 minute. So keep an eye on that. You know, it's cracked just below it, but it can do that. That's okay. It doesn't invalidate it until the candle closes below it, or, you know. So that's the level to watch at the moment. Breaks that, then you got that 347.53-ish that you'd like to see hold as support if you're long Tesla. So as long as this trend line holds, I will stay. Starbucks finally getting a pop? Good. Nice pop on Nike. Ooh, yeah, nice pop on Starbucks. Nice. Thank you for that, Starbucks. I'm still red on those. Actually, I'm red on my Nikes too. Not by much, but I am red. So now we're back above this support level though. See if that can hold and get any sort of continuation. Starbucks pop, pull back. See if it can hold above the 34. This actually doesn't look half bad here. And if I wasn't already in, I would consider it. You know, on this break, 86.49-ish. I'm going to see it now get through 86.50 and hold up above. I should probably go look at the blue chart. They're talking about it. I'm in comments. I haven't even looked at it today. I just saw that the position was green. Oh yeah. Where are we at? 83? Nice. Nice recovery for blue under 76, up about $6. Very nice. BMY paying the bills. Nice, Mr. Meow. Yeah, BMY has been pretty. Ulta flirting with the 34 and the 200 here. And that now it's under 251. So, whoops. Yeah, BMY, very, very nice. 62. Nike, let's see, analyst actions on Nike just came, oh, and I clicked off of it somehow. So I missed it. There was, looks like, see if I can get back to that. News. Analyst actions. B of A, Merrill Lynch lifts Nike. I already saw that. Increase their price target to 105. Already saw that. Oh, right, my batteries are dead. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. And Samson, oh, we'll be right back. And we'll talk. Give me just a few minutes here. have to look at LPI, I suppose. Samson. So LPI, I don't pay attention to those bios. Oh, this isn't a bio. What'd you say, $3 call? Yeah, I'm not playing this. I'm not playing a $3. Not to say it won't work. Certainly might. This is not something I play. That's all I can say. I don't know anything about it. I don't mess with this sort of thing, regardless of the flow or unusual activity. Now, this could be some sort of, pump that's happening. You can see on the 1 hour chart, this move that it's made looks good. I don't know. I don't typically mess with this kind of stuff. It has gotten its ass kicked, that's for sure. But not for me. It's not in my wheelhouse. BMY 62.15 just keeps going, doesn't it? No indication of slowing down for BMY. There's got to be a pullback. So keep that in mind at some point. I mean, you've still got some room on the daily here, I think. But I would start to, if you're not watching it closely, you may want to, as it approaches, maybe closer to like 65, but you can see some resistance here on the daily. This looks like right around 63.50. Obviously the 52-week high being, we're over that. 62.09 was 52-week. So we're above that. So now we're, really? 2018, 2019, yeah. Unless this is off, let's see. December, yeah. I'm not sure those numbers make sense that it's showing me, but what a wheelhouse is? It just means like kind of your comfort zone and, what you are better at or, tend to have more success with. Like, what are you familiar playing? What types of tickers or setups and that sort of stuff. And I used to play a lot of that stuff. I just don't anymore. I just got tired of sitting in crap that never does anything. Not to say it won't, but it's a low percentage win rate for me. Oh. Wheelhouse is so I used to live in Florida and I drove boats, and the pilot house was also the wheelhouse. And that's a comfort zone for somebody that drives a boat. We used that term a lot. I don't know if that's where it comes from. But for me, that's kind of what it means. And that could be so far off from, where it actually came from. But I don't know. That's how I know the term. I mean, I'm sure I heard it before that, but that's what it means to me. Get some pullbacks here. SPY is flirting in a dangerous area. Which of course makes Roku pop and Starbucks and Nike drop. Which means Tesla will probably pop. I guess it won't let you post links, Sarah. I don't know. Yeah, not to say that it won't. I mean, sometimes those things go from $3 to, whatever, $20 or something. But the majority of the time, they do not. It'll make like Now, if the contracts are super cheap, I don't know what they're buying. They're buying those $3 calls if they're super cheap. Maybe it's just a low risk, because how much further down can it go sort of scenario. And if it's got time on them and it can't, there's not a high risk that it's going to go much lower. You see some of those plays sometimes where it's like, all right, well, this thing's pegged at $7 for the last year. There are some things that could make it move, and I can buy contracts at the $7 strike for, 15 cents or something. You'll see those sometimes with a year on them. Like, sometimes you see those. All right, Tesla just barely got through that trend line and then popped. See that quite a bit. Kang reminding us not to take trades at lunch. He doesn't like to enter a trade at lunchtime. All right, Starbucks. Nice candle there. Let's get back through that 34. Just struggling right here. Still holding that support though. At the moment. Ah, gotcha, Samson. Well, Expedia 112. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I'll show you, and hell, like anything else, and I'll show you losses too if you want to see them. I have no problem with that. Obviously, I can't really hide behind things because A, I'm streaming, and B, I have to post my plays in the mods rooms. But man, Expedia sure was nice, wasn't it? For anyone interested, that's what I'm currently up on Expedia. 2 different strikes, 2 different expirations, over 140%. My, I'm still holding HD. And that one I believe is red. I don't know what HD is doing right now, but last time I looked at it, it did not look great. What's it doing? Oh, it is above VWAP. Flirting with the 200 MA there on the 1 minute. Not half bad. Let it get above that 200 though. Hasn't been able to do that yet. Needs to get above there and stay, but yeah. Down here at VWAP and the 200, not horrible. Nathan, I don't think I've seen it yet. You don't have the little icon. I don't think. What's that doing? Oops. Let me go see if it tells me. Normally it would show me, like if you resubscribed or something, it should pop up and tell me. I think it tells everybody. Let me see if it says. Just noticed my hat was all kinds of crooked. Let's see. Ooh, that's not gonna work. Sore red palms. Yeah, it's been pretty good this morning. Nathan, it's not telling me. It's not showing me that. But I also cannot see like the typical analytics window that I see when I'm not live. So it's not showing me that at the moment. It's got I wonder if they changed something here. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see it. Let's see. What else did I miss? Done downside. Did you go more long or short? More long. More long. Not taking it. I've been trapped. Yeah. It certainly can happen. Oh, that's good. Samson. I'm glad. Now you got to come over here to Twitch and subscribe using Prime. If you have it, if you have Amazon Prime, come over here and subscribe. That helps me. All right, Starbucks looking okay now. Better. See if XLNX can hold up. And yeah, Expedia, whew, very nice today. Right on, right on. Thanks, Samson. I mean, I only get like, I think it's like $2 a month or something, but it's the more subscribers I have, I think the more Twitch kind of advertises my channel. Helps bring new people in here. Right? I agree. Really need a volume spikes. These options are more juicy. Good morning. Good morning, John Fly. I think I did, but I am in the 8650s. Samson for this week, 8650s. And you can currently get them just slightly less than what I paid for them. So you'll get a better deal than I did. But I'm a little concerned. Nike back down at the 200. A little concerned with what's going on with SPY here. Might just pick up a little SPY hedge. Red candle on XLNX there. Yeah, Expedia not giving a shit. BMY. Maybe now you get a pullback on BMY. Back to the 34 EMA there. See if it can make it down that far. And Samson, it certainly adds up. I mean, that's not why I'm doing it. I certainly don't expect to get rich off of Twitch Prime subscriptions. But it helps, and it brings the real benefit and value, I think, brings more attention to what I'm doing, to the Black Box platform. I work for Black Box, so trying to bring more visibility to, I'm not the only one, I'm the only mod that's streaming my screen like this, but I'm not the only mod that's trying to help and calling out plays and things like that. We've got a whole group of them that are doing it. But you got to be a member to get those. So what I'm doing is a bit of a teaser to the Black Box group. But also just here trying to, help people kind of slow down and look at things. I know we've got some members that, they come in, they're in for a month or two, and they get their ass kicked, and they're trying to figure out why. And I'm just trying to help them develop some sort of system. We need to I got to figure out how I'm going to get to that 50 average viewers instead of 35, which is what we're at. We got 35 viewers right now on Twitch. Need to get to 50 average. I don't know why, but that's what Twitch says I need to do. 24-hour streams, man, I got to sleep. Yeah, I don't, the thing is, like, I think it's, for me, it's like, seems like different with, like, people watch replays of video games, and there are some people that, go back and look at the replays of me going through charts and stuff, trying to, practice. But I don't know about just replaying, the market. But I could try. $1,000 account challenge? Yeah, we might have to do something like that. Yeah, bring a friend to Profit Box. I like that idea. YOLO weekly options, right? That's what people think that's how you make money. And for me, that is not the bulk. I do YOLO, some Friday, late Thursday, Friday stuff. But that is not where the bulk of it comes from. Nike's pissing me off right now. It's like, looked like it was going to go, and then it pulled back, right back through the 34. Now it's back at the 200, drifting below that. Now it's going to mess around here a little bit. Just not wanting to make a move. Starbucks back at the 34. Ooh, that was a bit of an ugly candle. What's SPY doing? SPY did kind of break that support area, but bounced off the 34 or off VWAP. Let's see what happens. Maybe do a Sunday night stream. Poker Pro, there's probably a few things that I could do. It's time. Like, I'm here all day, throughout the day, usually into after hours, most nights. So it's just finding time to do it and still, spend time with my family and stuff. Can't be here all the time. Piton's still dropping. Ooh, yes it is. Man, Citron and his bullshit. Yeah, could do that. Looking at Starbucks. I like those. Wait, Starbucks January 1795 calls. Uh, Samson, it is, but I do play that kind of stuff sometimes. So I don't hate that. Got time on them. If Starbucks gets back up, 93.50 in the next week or so, those calls will probably catch some juice. I don't hate it at all. I feel like Citron is giving me. Let's see what Peloton does, but this might present another buy opportunity here. I'm gonna let it shake out. For now, I'm holding off. But I'll tell you that most of the stuff I've been watching from Citron does not work out. So he called out like some bullshit $5 price target on Peloton, which I think is why it's getting hit right now. Sounding salty, yeah, exactly. It's full of shit, honestly. I don't buy it. I also think it's bullshit that he can tweet that, they can tweet that, and, this is what the outcome. It's bullshit. But I'm still bullish on Peloton long term, so I might go tweet and not that I'll get a response because I only have like 300 followers on Twitter. Actually, I think I'm up to like, I don't know, maybe 500 or so. But certainly not enough that anybody cares what I have to say. I think they have a good future. Titletown. Not just on the bikes. It should be. It should be, but it's not. Kind of feels like it, Sarah. Titletown Matt, you are talking along the same lines that I have been on Peloton. I've been kind of saying the same thing. Like, I can see Peloton selling sensors to the existing gyms with a $250 add-on screen and people walking in, leaving their house, walking into the gym, and every machine at the gym knows their height, their weight, their age, their target heart rate, the exercises, the workouts that they've done, and they walk in, scan a badge at the machine, and the coach that they prefer, welcomes them and even knows which machines are open at which times. Like, it becomes we have 12 minutes until this one opens. That's going to be our next workout. So we're doing this. I have you reserved. And, I'll meet you at the next machine sort of experience. I think it could be pretty cool. Yep. I think Peloton they have the potential to do some neat things. I don't know that they will get there. We'll see. But, when I look at the future for them, that's what I see as their potential. GME going crazy. I haven't looked at GME. I'm in enough trades at the moment with Nike, BMY, Starbucks. Got enough stuff I have to manage. And I'm going to keep an eye on Peloton for a few minutes here and see what it decides to do. This move is stupid. Yeah, he also just posted long on Netflix to 350. I don't know. I don't know. What they call yeah, RVLV. Let's go see what RVLV is doing. $17. So he called for RVLV to shoot to $50 and beyond back in June. So, and it's like the majority of his those calls, I think, have just been garbage. AUPH, stationary bike. Yeah, there is, but Samson, I think there's more to this story. What's up, Real Right? Welcome. Samson, I think there's more to the story to be considered. You know, you don't have everyone talking about the other bikes in that category, right? They don't have the buzz the Peloton does. Everybody that I know, all my wife's friends, they all have those bikes. We have one, right? And they love the experience, and they love what they're doing. So I think there's more to. I think there's more to it, and I think that the way that Peloton is approaching the coaching and the live shout outs and things like that, I think, you know, and they're hiring the right coaches. Like, they're hiring dynamic people that make it entertaining. So I think there's more to it. But it's going to take time. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. Yeah, AUPH, I used to play it. I have not been playing it. I haven't played it in a long time. Thoughts on where Disney is going eventually or right now? My wife loves hers. I've used it a few times. I think it's pretty cool. I'm lazy, but I think it's pretty cool. They're too busy ruining Star Wars. Next month or so, back over 150 probably. But I don't know. We could do some chart analysis maybe here in a bit. A couple things I got to pay attention to here. Wondering where they're going to take Peloton. I think that $5 price target is absolutely absurd. I look at it as Peloton as, and I brought this up not too long ago, like if you think about what Ring is doing with the retrofit alarm kit, that has become very popular. Like it's not even released yet, but it's generating a lot of buzz. People are excited about it, and I see it being something similar, where they can start. And what I do know, what I can share, that is public information. This is no secret, but they are working with. They're working on some cool stuff with Microsoft. So that is always positive for me if they're working closely with those teams in developing the future. So that gives me some hope. Hope isn't the right word. Some optimism on them and what they can do. Uh, let's see. It seems like the next Bowflex. Nah, yeah, maybe, but I think they are ingraining themselves everywhere. So I don't think it's like a Bowflex. They have the social media aspect and the integration. Uh, they have the integration into smart devices. Like I think it's a lot more than like a Bowflex fad. But that's just me, my opinion. Came out on Tesla. P analyst maintains Tesla with a buy and a price target of 300 to 400. I think it's nice today. It was cold yesterday. Looks like blue skies and sunshine out there today. Nice job, Bobby. Scalping Peloton downside. Nice work. Fucking Nike. Flat. Starbucks. Ooh, drop on SPY. I bet that SPY hedge is working out now. Glad we got out of Xilinx. We got some drops coming in. A lot of drops coming in. So back to Disney. I like it. Right now it's everything's getting pulled down at the moment. So I would say that, the Peloton drop, partially because of the bullshit tweet, maybe getting some help from the market. Tesla back above that trend line. But yeah, we're seeing some drops across the market. And I'm going to have to step away for a minute and just grab some water. Blue 82.83. Very nice. Our ATVI calls are green today. I haven't looked at the ATVI chart. And VZ calls are green today. Oh, right on. I'll tell you, I'm getting ready for, I like to snowboard. And so I'm riding the Peloton with heavier resistance when I do, just to kind of get my legs into shape for snowboarding, because I tend to get my ass kicked the first 3 or 4 trips out. The stream sponsored by Peloton. Nope. What report, PB? Which report are you referring to? I'm going to Briarhead, Utah for some snowboarding this weekend. Nice. I live in Colorado, so I love the mountains and I love to snowboard. Fit dropping on New York Post report that the company's pending. Yeah, I did see that headline. Oh, yeah. PB, that was Citron. And that's what I've been sitting here talking about, that I think it's bullshit. But he also called RVLV, back in June, said it was going to shoot to $50. It's at $17. So, whatever. It's best for knees. Yeah. Good. Yeah, PB, I don't buy it. And I posted a tweet about it. So if you're on Twitter, go look at Bender Profit Box and go like or share or something. See if I'm sure that I won't get a response. But I do think it's bullshit. That's a joke. That's all good. How much do you factor analyst chatter report? I mean, usually I just watch if there's any action in the chart right after. Sometimes I'll play that. I keep it, in the back of my head, but I don't let it decide. Sometimes those targets and those upgrades and downgrades have no time, they never have a time frame on them. So you don't know, like, you don't know what they're thinking and how long it's going to take to get there. And so I try not to place, too much emphasis on that. Marvel got that upgrade, a lot of upgrades last week, and just kept dropping, right? Well, those upgrades are based on the fact that they're a 5G player and they see, a lot of long-term potential for Marvel in the 5G space if it ever gets there. Like, a lot of times you just don't know. So it is overrated. I mean, they're just, again, I don't put a lot of weight on them. I just kind of keep them in the back of my mind. And I try to remember, like, oh yeah, they had I remember they put out a 130 price target on whatever. I just kind of keep an eye on it. All right, SPY, what are you going to do? Nice recovery here. Nike just cannot get out of this crap. Let's get a pop. Yeah, it looks like, at least in the short term, for right now, the Bears are winning that battle, but LK $35 calls out to January coming in. Sounds like. Do I think PG is going to break out? Seems like a little bit of rotation to value gain on. Yeah. And I was looking at PG yesterday. It looks like it's setting up for that breakout. I was in it. I'm not in it now. I took profit on it. There's a pullback on BMY now below the 34. So if you're in BMY, keep an eye on it right there. Especially if you're green. It's been running pretty hard. Just worth watching. Keep an eye on your position. Let's see what Starbucks does. Also just stuck pretty flat right here. Ooh, Nike, come on now. What do we got on SPY? Another, still concerning. Still concerning. It's down below VWAP. Below the 9 EMA at the moment, just barely above it. We'll see what it does. Call. January 135 calls are a nickel. I don't know exactly where it's at right now. Oof. Right here at support. 135s I think might be too much. Too far out of the money. Not bad for a nickel. I mean, if it, So go look at what are the January 130s going for. If you can get another $5 on this thing, that'll give you at least some rough idea of where the 135s might end up. But, I do think that it's got a shot at breaking out here. Could happen. XLNX 91.34. Back at this level of support potentially. Expedia had a pullback, bounced right back above the 34. See what it's going to do. Starbucks cannot get through that 34 and stay. Sounds like LK is getting some more flow. Ooh, look at LK. God, this thing is just crazy. She crazy. PTI moving. Yeah. Fuck, Mary Kill. Bloomberg CBC business. Nice. You Piton, don't let him talk to you like that. Don't let him talk about you like that. Let's see. Right? Mary Bloomberg, do whatever it takes. Yeah. So you said PTI is moving. What was the other one that we were going to look at? Ooh, THO. SunTrust just lifted their price target to 76 from 70. Just saw that come across. See if that does anything for us. Samson, maybe we'd have to look at it a little closer, like to see what the potential move is, but I still think you're too far out of the money. Especially down here at 124. Yeah, I think those are too far out of the money personally. It's the biggest OI. Could be interesting. LK, I think, is... I like the play, keeping in mind that LK is risky AF. It's a low floater, high short, or at least it was. I don't know how many of those shorts have covered. It can definitely move, but remember that it was $22, like not long ago at all. In fact, $23 back in November. And I played this thing a couple times. Just be careful. It can certainly move. I would not overstay. You know, play it if you want. Just be careful with it. It's a low floater. So as long as you go into it knowing that hey, if it gets a big pop and you see nice profit, take it off the table because it can drop fast too. CORV. Let's see what CORV is. What's CORV? Another pharma. Another $2 bio. Again, not my wheelhouse, buddy. I don't play these. I know I do see that it was like on some Benzinga list. FDA AdCom, so they were halted. Was that 4 hours ago? Yeah. Is it still halted? Sure looks like it. Yeah. I don't mess with these. Yep, definitely. Definitely shady. Shady may not isn't even the right word. Just, you know, when I do play them, I do every now and then, but I play them very small positions, because let's say this AdCom news is amazing and this thing goes, runs up to whatever it is, $5 or $10 or something. It doesn't take a lot of shares. Like, your downside risk, if you're playing, 100 shares or 50 shares or something, you might lose 50 or $100. That's okay. It's just, I don't, for me, it's typically not worth the time and effort. I don't really like to YOLO. Right, exactly. Yeah. If I do play them, they do have to be, like, if I'm going to play a $2 or $3 bio, it's got to be a low float with a lot of shorts stuck in it and news. Those are obviously the ones that have the potential to make really big moves. That's the only time it's even interesting or worth it for me. And then it's usually one trade and I'm out. And I don't even go back and look at it. Blue now 83.54. I think when we looked at it before, it was around 82. Looking nice. 50. Dark pool block in Tesla at 348.50. CGC, cannabis stocks slammed as analysts say Canopy's new CEO faces big challenges. And most of them are red. Wonder if cannabis, that industry, will have its day. XSM, one of the best performing stocks this year. I have not looked at AXSM. AXSM. What's it at? $50. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that scares the shit out of me. It's doubled just in the last, let's see, this was $22 at the end of October. Yeah, that scares me. Only because I don't know why. I don't know anything about it. I mean, it was 39 just a few days ago. And it's at almost 50. So, a lot of risk in those bios, in my opinion. Expedia back over 112. Are they? There's a few of those. Sometimes I'll play like those crazy big spreads. Like EQIX can have some big spreads. Sometimes I'll play them. Like, I'll just put in a low ball bid, and if it hits, great. I will half the time immediately go put in a high ask or an ask just below, the high and see if I get a fill. I do that quite a bit. I shouldn't say quite a bit. I should say sometimes. Not quite a bit. So Piton now recovering after that garbage. So we're at 32, and the 32s, 32.50, and the 32s are about $1.50 in premium. Not bad. This can move. We know that. A lot of hype. Gotcha. What's the float on it? Let's see, bang short. Time for some Teresa. What do you want? It's quiet. AXSM. Yeah, so AXSM actually is pretty low float. 26 million with 22% short. I don't know how many of them have covered. But yeah, I'm showing about 22% short on a 26 million share float. So it is a low floater. Yeah, if we get a couple more minutes of silence, I'll play it. They just did a big offering. Wow, didn't sell off much. So 34 million low float, 34 million offering, 80 million. Gotcha. That's pretty big. I mean, that triples the float. Sizable. Surprising they didn't take a hit. They don't always, right? It kind of depends on if people believe in why they need the money. Why is everything dropping here? Because SPY is still dropping. That's why. Forex market SPY is dropping right now. Twilio's under 98, 97.66. Sweet. Nice job. Yeah, I picked up some SPY puts as a hedge that I might be. See where they're at. They're red at the moment. Time kicked in on me. That's okay. I don't care if those go to zero because they really are just because I'm in some long positions, and if it takes a big dump, I want to protect myself a little bit. Poker Pro, it certainly could. Certainly could. XLNX getting a little bounce here. And Expedia popping again, 112.15. Expedia doing really, really nice today. And has a long way to go if it decides to start making up some of this gap. Potential's there. Not to say it will, but it's got some room. That's for sure. There's a big drop on that ER. Interesting. The March 20, 2020 Expedia calls, which catch ER, there is none. That's weird. I've not seen that, I don't think, where there's literally no striker expiration. That's kind of wild. The OI on the 140s, they're 115 by 125, 10,000 OI. The 130s to January, there's 22,000. Those are a quarter. Wow. Not much time to get there. 36 days. Let's see. What's getting some flow? Does that say CL getting some flow? And there's an LK candle for you. CL. Oh, Colgate. Colgate Palmolive. What was the flow? What are they buying? I like this pullback to the 21 EMA on the daily. It is interesting. Right here at the 34. Just broke above the 34 here intraday. I don't know what they're buying, but it is interesting. Getting a little pop here. What are we at? 68. 68.11. Not a huge range, right? Yeah, not a ton of range in this one. Maybe something longer term. Could be interesting. I don't know what they look like, how they're priced. I'll show the February. Oof. Yeah, they're not too bad, I guess. The February 70s aren't too bad. Not much action on those. The 7750s actually has a lot of volume in OI. What is this? I have no idea. A lot of volume in OI on the February 7750s. Crazy. 52-week range, 52-week high, 76.41. Those could be interesting for a dime. That's where I see most of the action. Those February 7750s. Oh, kind of wild. Adobe calls. We can look at Adobe. Yeah. Poker Pro, probably a pump. Next week, 70/50s for a dime. I like that. No action on those. I mean, literally no volume. No OI. Let's look at Adobe. God, BMY, just a beast. Just a beast. Pulled back and then just rocket. Yep, it would be, but they're a dime, right? So you have to think if it crosses, $70 in the next week or two, those might catch some action. Doesn't have to hit 77. It just has to look like it might hit 77 or higher before expiration. It doesn't have to get there. Yep. Ooh, Adobe. Nice move on Adobe there. When's their ER? Their next ER? That's why. They have ER tomorrow. So I'm not gonna YOLO Adobe. I'm guessing there's a lot of juice on those with ER being tomorrow. Yeah. The 312.50s are $4. Yeah, I'm not playing that. No YOLOs, no ER YOLOs on Adobe for me. Got a roulette bearish on Tesla. This week's 347.50s. PB, yeah, I'm in Tesla. And those BMY, I'm eyeing some BMY 63s. 62s are 64 by 67. 63s are 24 cents for this week. I don't know. I think we saw resistance right around 63. I'll probably hold off. I am in some BMY commons, but I've been in them for a couple days here. HOD on Tesla. ATVI must be screaming or doing well today. And my AbbVie calls are green today. Probably have a package. Alexa, cancel. Nlock 2624. Let's go look at those. Let's go look at ATVI real quick. Take a look at the chart. Pulling back here, but whoa. What happened to ATVI today? Nice move. Very nice move. Looking good here too on the daily chart. Blue now 84. Oh, it popped to 84 for a second and then 20 cents back down. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Another new name. ATVI. That was a nice move today. Welcome, welcome. Mind telling me, where'd you find me? Kissing Jad, where did you find me? Was it here on Twitch or you Black Box or somewhere else? Just curious, try to keep tabs on it a little bit. Oh, cool. Jason Black Box, right on. Kissing Jazz, under stocks and bonds and Twitch. Sweet. Like it when people find me here on Twitch. That means it's working. Blue over 84. Expedia still cranking. Let's see what Tesla's gonna do. I am out most of Tesla. Small gain, but I'll take it. It was about 10%. So what do you trade, Kiss and Chat? Where are you at in your trading? Are you been doing it forever? Just starting? This will pop on Amazon there. Xilinx, after that run this morning that we played, pulled back right to or near that 382 extension and is back through the 34. We'll see what it does, but interesting. Never traded. Find an intriguing topic. Would like to know more. Right on. Well, let me know if you have any questions, anything I can help you with, but typically I save a lot of that. So I'll be here for a little while, probably after the market closes. Just for general conversation about trading. But if you hang out here, you'll see what I'm doing is going through charts and mapping out areas of support and resistance and trying to get a feel for which way I think something's going to go. And most of what I do is trade intraday, in and out the same day. Mostly trading options. Sometimes I trade just shares of stock. But for the most part, I'm trading options. Blue popping. It's all good. All good. Every day I'm streaming and it's there to go back and watch if you are so inclined. You'll get a sense for what we do and how we do it. Not a bad place to start. STA Jolly, STCCO. $ TCCO. We can look at that. My, I'm in HD. Red on them. But I think it got beat up pretty bad. I don't know what else I can give you. If you're looking to play, what are you looking for here? Right now it's holding this support. 215 seems to be, at least intraday, area of support. It's broken through this longer term trend that it had bounced off of a few times. Above that, it is certainly more interesting, but I wouldn't be jumping in it yet. It's holding support right now, but I can't say that looking at it oh, you should take a position in this right away or anything like that. But longer term, I think it's going to be all right. TCCO, based on what you're saying, I'm going to take a guess. I'm just going to throw it out there that it's like some low float bio that made some huge move, right? No? Technical Communications Corp. A $9 stock that has made a, what, $8 move. Why? 1.5 million float with a ton of dilution on it. So why the float is making it go up? I mean, what? I don't know anything about them. So, yeah, fun move. Not within my risk tolerance. Float, short, squeeze. So why? Okay, but if insiders are dumping shares, why is it going up? I get the float and the short squeeze, but if insiders are dumping shares, why is it going up? I don't get it. Samson, we certainly can talk about the fibs. Absolutely. But yeah, this is not within my risk tolerance. All right, let's see if Tesla can maintain that trend line right there. Intraday. Samson, the first thing that I can show you how to draw them. The first thing that you should do, though, is just do a little Googling on the Fibonacci numbers and what they mean and that sort of thing, and just get a sense for the fact that they are, relevant everywhere, not just in stock trading, not just in charts. These are numbers that are everywhere. So Peloton, after that drop, now 34.62, it breaks above that and could get a nice little run. Ooh, Cisco. Some flow in Cisco. I like that one. I like that name. Nice move on Cisco today. I actually like that play. CSCO. Let's see, January. Yeah, 45s for 60 cents. I like that play. There it goes. What's that? There what goes? Peloton? Peloton's going to try to break this little double top turtle line that it's got here. Potentially. Nice pop on Nike. There. 97.30. Looking good. Nike, you need to get your ass in gear and just go. Get a nice little pop here, similar to what we saw right here. So See if there's any continuation in this run. Sure, China ETF on a weekly chart is huge wedge. Actually scared geometry. Oh, okay. Cool. Then you have a good starting point already. Mixer just got bad news 10 minutes ago, owned by... Huh? Mixer just got... No, Mixer's not owned by Facebook. I thought Mixer... Isn't that... Mixer is Microsoft, isn't it? Yeah, Mixer is Microsoft, I believe. Like, pretty sure. Yeah. That's what I thought. I mean, I always got to go double check because there are times where I'm wrong about that kind of stuff. So it's like if someone says it's owned by something, it's like, oh, let me make sure I got my facts straight. But yeah, Mixer is Microsoft. Yeah. So I don't know what the news was, but understand that not a big portion of their business. So I don't know what the news was, but oh, you're saying Mixer now streams to Facebook. Gotcha. So why is that? So if Mixer is streaming to Facebook, yeah, I don't understand why it would drop or what is it? ASHR? Can take a look. Nice pop on HD right there. So, my. If you're looking at HD, support held for now. Got a nice little pop. I wouldn't chase it. Let it get, up here 216-ish. I mean, this thing, I think we talked about this before, but when HD decides to recover, you can buy something with some time on them and just sit in them. So let it, give it make it show you that it's going back up. Like, I'd like it above 216, then maybe it's interesting. Jesus, blue, 84.50. The stream sponsored by Expedia. ASHR. Nice bounce on Tesla there off the trend line. ASHR. Man, I don't know anything about this. But it kind of looks like Morse code a little bit. So I'm guessing not a ton of volume. X Trackers Harvest CSI. What is this ETF? I don't know anything about this. In Piton. Expedia in Piton. Yeah, look at that Expedia pop. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see what Piton's gonna do. It needs to get its butt in gear. Tell you, at the moment, it's sponsored by Blue. Oh! Yes! I did follow some of those. What? It's not spiking. Damn it. You got me all excited. Oh, CI. You got me all excited, Cigna. It was like, I did pick up a couple of those $10, or, the $10, those 10-cent calls. I was about to get all excited. No trolling. It's okay. It's all good. What's up, Sore Red Palms? What's your question? Expedia going for 113. That thing is a monster. See, buying stocks in the 190 range and waiting for moves. Why not buy at under 5 a share on movers? Because they don't. So I'm not buying shares. You got to understand that. I'm playing contracts, and the options, the options move a lot faster than the underlying stock. And this crap that's under $5, there is no long-term established support and resistance.
An act of defenestration means to throw something out.
Alexa, cancel. So I like charts that give me a history that I can go see. Damn, every time it gets here, regardless of what's going on, this is support. That's what I like to find. So I don't play a lot of the, I don't play the $5 stuff because I think the charts, I don't know that they matter nearly as much, if at all. Updated data from Bluebird and BMY showing potential in multiple myeloma. Blue rises 10%. Some news on Blue. Yeah. So Red Palms, it depends. I mean, you'll see me. Piton dropping now, 30, 32. Womp womp. Still like the 31-ish. See if that can hold. It just depends, right? It depends on. Sorry, I'm listening to Discord. We got a member that's talking about how amazing Black Box has been for him, and he made money off the Tesla call. But yeah, it depends. I mean, there's, if you look at like this HD chart down here at the bottom is a daily. If I'm looking at the daily and I don't quite see an area that I want to focus on, I'll go back further. If the chart is not clear enough for me, I'll go out further. So it just kind of depends. Sometimes I'll go out to a monthly chart and I'll, this trend line here that we are now below, I drew on a monthly chart. So sometimes I will go out to the monthly. And whoever was asking about fibs, there you go. There's the monthly fibs on this move on HD. So the 618 is at 210.61. And that signal pulled right back. Dude, sore red palms, if that works for you, awesome. I don't see a lot of people that have a great deal of success with that sort of thing. But more power to you if you can trade that stuff and it works for you. Do it. Whatever makes you money. That's what it's all about, is building up that portfolio value. Nice pop on Tesla there. I will tell you that I've kind of been there and done that. And saw some short-term success, but I have not, it never stuck. It was like, yeah, I'd get some really good wins and then take some just beastly losses. I've just been looking for things that I guess from what I learned is low cap, high volume that moves well, nah. I used to think that. I used to just trade low float. Whatever was low float with volume I would trade, but God, sometimes the volume disappears in that stuff so fast. So look at this. Okay, sore red palms. This is Expedia. These are calls that I paid $1 for. So $100 a piece, right? This week's 110 calls in Expedia, they're now going for $3. You multiply that. So I paid $100 and it's going for $300 a contract, which is 192% gain. So you don't have to play low float penny stocks to get decent moves. That's my point. That's why I play options, because I have found that don't have to do that. You don't have to play low float bios and crap that is a pump and dump in order to get big moves if you're playing options. You can get some good stuff. Oh, Nathan, now it shows me that you're subscribed. You were asking earlier. Yep, now it says you are now a 2-month subscriber. It shows me that now, so. And I'm going to trim off a little more Tesla, I think. That's now about 25%. I think TCCO, last time I looked, it was halted. And I can't trade it because it does not, it's not, oh, no, it's open. You can trade it. It is unhalted. But I'm not trading it. I ain't touching it. Why am I not trading it? Because it went from $2 to $9.50. Why? Why did it do that? I don't trade this kind of stuff. Too risky for me. This is not my style. Why did it go to 950? Because they just turned a profit? 17 minutes ago they announced that they turned a profit. And that's why it's popping? Yeah. Yeah, that would be, I mean, my gut would tell me to go short, but I'm not messing with it. And I'm not touching it because I've lost more. You know, the probability of profit on those types of trades is not that high. So yeah, it's a 1.79 million share float. Is that accurate? I think somebody said that earlier, but there was, who was it that was talking about an offering or dilution or something? I mean, how is this doing? So I show a market cap of 17.5 million. The average volume on this is 6,900. That's what it trades on average. 6,900. And it's done 22 million today. That is insane. I ain't holding that bag. I am not holding that bag. That's why I ain't touching it. Yeah, the volume is ridiculous. Yeah, today's volume is like 20 million. The average volume is 7,000. So when the volume dries up in 2 days, this thing's going to drop. Usually that's what happens. Because it wasn't exciting before. It's not going to remain exciting. Maybe it gets, you know, some attention for this move and the float. But yeah, if shares are hard to borrow, you won't be able to, you may not be able to short it. There's Peloton coming back now. Yeah, wait for the volume to dry up in this thing and, you know, it will very likely tank. Would you say that it's true that if you know how to read charts and buy low, sell high, the bullish, then when you know it's going to drop, you short? Could you play a fast moving stock all day? You could. You could. There's a lot of people that just focus on one ticker. I mean, there are people out there that literally just make their living playing Amazon or Facebook or Tesla or something like that. So is it doable? Yeah, certainly. You don't have to trade more than one ticker. Tell you, I've been looking for a use for this. In TradeStation, there's this thing called the Intraday Short Share Locator for shares or stocks that are hard to borrow. So I'm going to try, I'm just out of curiosity, see if it's able to find shares to short. Just because I want to see if it works. And I don't know, I'm going to do super small. Your request to short 25 shares. Okay, so it received my request and it says the status is pending. I just want to do this just to see if it works. That's all. What is your play on Tesla? I'm out the majority of Tesla, but we bought, and I wasn't the only one, we bought the 360 calls for today. And I'm out the majority of that position. ATVI getting a little pullback there. Blue's still hot. PB, I don't know if there's anything specific on ATVI. I don't really see anything. I see a few headlines that don't really look like they would make it move. Probably more technical setup would be my guess. I mean, it's been consolidating in here for a while, right? Look at this daily chart. You can see it kind of took this drop down to the 89 EMA and has bounced from there and kind of been moving up since. Now we're through the 21 EMA. I mean, everything on this chart looks like it's set up. If it can clear this area here up to about 56.72, then you've got the potential to start filling this gap up to about $63 or so. Thanks for the follow, Evan. Let's see. Question, I guess, is when you want shares, can you get them? Most of the time, if something is liquid and it's not on the hard to borrow list, things that are heavily shorted might be hard to find shares. But like your normal tickers, not hard to find. And you don't even have to short commons. You can just play puts. That's why I like options. I've never really done this for real, only in Sims where they give you anything. Got you. Yeah, again, most of the time, like if you're playing big name tickers with a lot of volume, you can pretty much short at the bid and get a fill. Let's see. It's all good. No problem. Red palms. Samson, cool. I saw you said there is a correlation. Twitch chat is small for me. Probably hard to read, I'm guessing is what you're saying. It shouldn't be, but let's see. What else am I missing? Oh, how much did you make on Tesla? About 25% on my money is what I made on Tesla. Now I'm up. Actually, with what I have left, I'm up about 34%. Let's look at PCG. PCG, what do you want to know? I mean, this thing is risky as hell, right? It's everything that I'm reading says it is either going bankrupt or, back to $40. Evan, I paid about $1 or about $130 a contract is what I paid. And they are, well, it's showing me purchase price $1.21, so $121. And right now they're showing $161 or $160 by $158, so about 30% gain at the moment. So if you know it's going to go up, you could bid higher to get in faster. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to bid higher. Like if you really if you have conviction and confidence, you can either put in a bid and see if you get a fill, or you can just buy at the asking price. I mean, there's people selling at an asking price, right? So they've already named their price. If you're willing to pay their price, which is usually, on most tickers, the spread between what people are offering on the bid and what people are asking on the sell side, the spread usually isn't that bad on most tickers. Usually it's a penny or a nickel or a quarter or something like that. I mean, low volume tickers that have a really small float have a bigger spread. The higher volume stuff, like Expedia right now, I could tell you if you wanted to buy stock or common shares in Expedia, I bought some and I didn't put in a bid. I just bought it at the ask a while ago. But I'll tell you that right now for Expedia, EXPE, stock, I am showing 255.59 on the bid. Or sorry, that's PNW. 225. Wrong ticker. Expedia, 112.72 on the bid. So if you were selling them, there's somebody willing to pay 112.72. If you were buying them, there's somebody asking 112.74. So now it's 112.73 by 112.74. So there's a 1 cent spread. So you don't have to, yeah. High volume tickers, there is somebody that's going to be sitting on both sides that you can get in and get out. No, that's exactly where it's at. That's what makes the price, right? So it's sitting at 112.73. The bid is now 112.72. The ask is 112.73. That's what makes the price where it's at. You will fill, if you put in a market order, you're going to fill somewhere between the bid and the ask. And if you're buying, usually you're going to fill pretty close to the ask, if not at the ask. If you're selling, you're probably going to fill somewhere near the bid, maybe slightly above it, because there are shares or offers to buy or sell shares that you don't see on level 2. They're hidden. When there's a spread, sometimes there's blocks of shares that are sitting in between somewhere. Tesla has direction. It's just a really slow direction. It's just kind of crawling, like caterpillar style, up that trend line on the 1 minute. Apparently, its batteries are dead. It does not have insane mode anymore. Or whatever that is. Ludicrous. Now we're getting Tesla now for the first time is broken that trend line, right? That trend line on the 1 minute. Not to say that it's going to continue to drop, but it has at least broken that trend line on the 1 minute. So for now, I'm out 20% gain. It may just recover, come right back, and keep going. But I was playing this trend line. So now it broke that. I'm out. Take my profit. Move on. What is hidden blocks? Man, you'd have to go do some reading, but just know that if you're looking at level 2 and you're looking at a bid ask on level 2, which is where you can see, like here, I like E-Trade has this thing called the trading ladder. If I can get that on the screen, it's a pretty cool tool. Something like that, where you can see where the bids or offers to buy, where that's at, and where the ask, the offers to sell, where those are at. And sometimes there'll be stuff that you can't see because it's intentionally, big blocks buy or sell. For people with a lot of money that sit in the middle somewhere, there are certain platforms that allow you to put in, your own hidden stops or whatever. Yeah. And there goes Tesla. So got out at the right time. I was playing that trend line and it broke. So I got out. Cisco looking pretty good here after that flow came in. Not bad at all. And Expedia still beast mode. Blues at 84. ATBI still crawling up. See what Tesla does right there at the 200 MA. Hells, until it turns out to be like a replay of Demolition Man. And nobody can get a badass Chevelle or anything like that anymore, and they're going to be worth millions. No. So Red Palms, I typically play the chart. And yes, Titletown Matt TradingView is awesome. Samson, it should. Every platform out there should have some sort of, level 2 depth of market, something like that. There's 2 different tools in TradingView that will show it to you. But yeah, the trading ladder I really, really like. That I think is somewhat unique, but it's a DOM tool, depth of market. So you'd probably be looking in Thinkorswim, you'd probably be looking for depth of market. Now over 200% on those weekly Expedias. Shit. Well, and that's why I say there's things that are hidden. So let's see. Yep. But what I'm showing you, when I'm looking at depth of market, those are, other traders putting in orders with their brokers. You can see those. Any good books or videos you'd recommend for options trading? Go look up, I don't know about books necessarily, but read the, go look at intrinsic value and time value with options. Just look up intrinsic value and look up time value, and get an understanding for what that means and how it applies. Because that's the majority of what you are trying to profit on. But in a nutshell, it's not all that complicated. So, I think it's more complicated is reading the chart and price action and that sort of thing. There is a little bit of an art to picking the right strike and expiration in an options contract. That comes with time in the seat. So it never hurts to, trade on paper for a while, see what your win rate is, see how you can improve, analyze your losing trades so that you understand what happened, what you did wrong, what you did right. There's sometimes that you'll lose a trade even though you do everything right. You were patient, you liked what you saw, there was a solid thesis and a reason behind you taking the trade. You didn't just blindly jump into something. And maybe it still didn't work. And that's okay. You're going to have those. Nobody wins 100% of the time. You just either have to win more often than you lose, or your percentage gainers have to beat out your percentage losers. Right? I mean, that's common sense on how to come out ahead in the long term. So until you can do that, there's no point in trading. I would practice until you get the hang of that. But if you're still going to lose 30%, yeah. And you can do that. If you have a 60% win rate, that's all right. If you have a 50 to 60, even if you have a 55% win rate or a 50% win rate, but your gainers are, 30% and your losers never exceed 15, you're good. And yeah, I don't go all in on anything. And I would agree that the majority, a lot of what I trade, a lot of the companies, I have a rough idea. Like I kind of know what they do, and some of them I'm deeply familiar with, especially if they're in tech. But a lot of them I don't, but I can trade them anyway based on the chart. But I feel like I've been doing this long enough that the majority of the stuff that I come across, I've probably seen it before and I've probably read on it. I'll tell you, I do far less due diligence, per se, than I used to, because I have found that it doesn't matter all that much. I mean, it really is more about reading the chart and the momentum and the direction than, a company's financials. So Red Palms, I like to look at Black Box and I look at what's moving pre-market. I look at the news. I look at what futures did overnight, and if we're going to open higher or lower. Market in general. So I'm typically looking at Black Box here, which has a pre-market scanner, and it shows you what's moving pre-market. So I kind of start there, keep an eye on that, and I just start scrolling through the news headlines, see if I see anything interesting. I have my own watch lists, set up. I see if anything on my watch list that I'm interested in get any news. Certain tickers that are set up a certain way on the chart that I like, and, maybe I'm looking at them, looking for at an area of like long-term support or resistance, and it's that piece of news that might push it over the edge. Let's see. you look at after hours stuff first from. Well, I typically like at some point I'll after the market closes today, I'll be watching the after hours scanner for a little bit, see if there's anything interesting that pops up on there. And then at some point tonight, I'll go back through and look at, the biggest movers. So I'm usually doing that the same day. And there are times where I will see something that I've been watching for a while and I'll see it on the after hours scanner and it's like, okay, I'm going to get up early in the morning and potentially get into this thing in commons pre-market. So that happens sometimes. Ooh, nice pop on ATVI. ATVI is moving nicely today. Looking really good. Coming up on this longer term resistance here on the daily chart back to the beginning of September, which also is the beginning of that gap where we dropped to. So ATVI, very interesting. And that's why you see big spikes sometimes. Samson, yeah, I did get a little bit of Cisco. I'm actually going to pick up a small position in commons in ATVI. A lot of people are saying this is going to be a good year for them. I don't know. But there's a lot of people, a lot of analysts and stuff think this is going to be a recovery year for ATVI. At small position, I probably risk down to about 50, 53 or so. Because it may reject this like it has before and come back without some sort of news, but we are, approaching, let's see, we got ER 3 February. So, still got some time, before ER, but this thing was beat up pretty bad. Is pre-market prep different on Monday? No. It's all the same to me, man. All the same to me. It might take me a little longer on a Monday to try to digest, any news or events that happened over the weekend. Sometimes there's a little more to sift through, but my process doesn't change. Blew up here at 84.06. HD is still stuck in this price channel. Hadn't been able to break out of that. For charting, TradingView, I'll give you, here is a link. If you just go sign up for the free account at TradingView, you can start there. Hold on, I just heard my name, so I'm trying to see if they need something. I don't think so. Bluebird maintained as a buy, BLUE, at Canaccord. Let's see, I got that. I'm sorry, Soar Red Palm. So what are you asking for? How much is the program I use? Are you talking about TradingView or what? Black Box? You're probably talking about Black Box. $99 a month. And then occasionally they have sales on annual memberships. And I think most people will tell you that it pays for itself very, very quickly. I can get you a trial to Black Box, but I'm not sure it's going to pay off yet, because I think, if you're just starting, I think you need to take some time. I don't want you jumping into a Black Box, a group like Black Box just yet. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready for a trial, and we can get you in there. They are some of the best for networking. PanW is killing them on the security front. But listen, Cisco is Cisco. They're not going anywhere. When it comes to like 5G networking, Cisco's not going anywhere. I think they'll be just fine long term. Sounds like a little spy pop coming in. And if anyone else here, is interested in checking out Black Box, would like to give it a shot, let me know. Certainly get you in there for a week to check it out, see what you think. Personally, I love it. How much did you start out with? Well, everybody's different. I would say that personally, I don't think 500 is enough. Some people start with 500, and to trade options, I don't think that's enough. I think $1,000 is about the minimum, in my opinion. You can make it work with less, but I'd start with 1,000. So Red Palms, I got really lucky, luckier than most, in that my first couple of sizable trades were in some penny stocks that went ridiculous, like went really high, and then really, really low. So I lost a lot of money, but it was house money. So I got really lucky from that perspective, in that the big losses that I took, the ones that taught me the lessons, were on house money. And I consider that, lucky. Cuz you're gonna take some hits, but the key when you're first starting is to try to, like, you want to stay in no more, you don't want to be in more than like 2 trades at a time until you can learn how to manage more than that at one time and keep an eye on them. And just try to minimize your losses. Keep your risk down. CO just went from, yeah, it'll do that. Those low floaters will do that. Bobby, I'm not in Netflix calls. I'm in puts. I wonder if they filled my short. Let's see. Nope. They have not filled that short request. In fact, it said it was rejected. So 15 million dark pool in XLNX just came through. Bobby, I followed Kang on those. Let's see. We got December 27th, 290 puts, but I doubt I'm going to swing them, but we got 12/27, 290 puts at 509. I wonder if I could show you. Let's see. Netflix did get a. There was an article that came out today with they got a price target cut. There was an article that came out, around the increased competition and whatnot on Netflix. I saw that, PB. Dark pool on Xilinx. They don't like day traders. My family is telling me they don't like day traders. They say people. Oh, geez. Can you talk a little bit about the dark pool alerts? Well, all I can tell you, PB, is dark pool. We don't know if it's a buy or sell. Big traders, when they exchange shares, they oftentimes do it in the dark pools, which are, again, like I was showing level 2, and the fact that those big orders, they don't show up on level 2 because they're trading those at negotiated rates, negotiated prices. And they typically, they're buying or selling in such a large quantity. They don't want to move, they try not to impact the stock in a huge way. But we don't know if they're a buy or sell. All you can really do is kind of track where that dark pool transaction, like where in the price that happened. I like to kind of keep an eye on that so that I know if we're approaching a level where a dark pool transaction occurred, there may be some resistance. I kind of look at it that way. Like if we're currently trading above or below, that's kind of how I use it. Lolly, paper trades at least will give you, I'm not saying that it's, for a new trader that it's going to be 100%, perfect. There are things like, paper trades sometimes assume a fill that doesn't actually happen. There's no emotion in it, or at least not the same level of emotion. But I think it's a really good starting point for people. Is it legal to be in chat Discord and everyone pump the stock knowing they will? Well, they're not supposed to. But it does happen all the time. SEC doesn't go after chat rooms. Nope. No. I mean, we saw puts come in before Citron released that article on Peloton, right? Shouldn't that be illegal? Well, it should. Is it? No. I mean, I guess it's probably a gray area that they've been getting away with for years and years. So I don't know. God, Expedia. What a beautiful chart today. Beautiful. No. I'm going to step away for just a minute. This will be the first time that I've gotten up from my computer since we started this morning. So give me about 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. I will be back in 5. I'm back. And Netflix, low a day, it sounds like. We'll pull back on Expedia there. Blue still popping. Well, source, so I don't think it hurts to run ads when I'm going to walk away for a few minutes, like I did, because then when people join for like the next half hour, if they come join the stream, they don't see ads. So you're either going to see them right when you join the screen, or right when you join the stream, or when there's like a break and I'm going to walk away to go get a snack or something. Might as well, do it then when I'm not here. That's my thought process. No, I only do it like when I'm walking away. It's the only time I ever show them. And half the time I forget. Twilio now under 97. Bill Cast. Yeah, potentially. We got an hour and a half left in the day. I don't know what Expedia is going to do, to be honest. I don't have a crystal ball, but that's the current short-term trend line. So be watching that. What happened is sponsored by Gangster Rap. Nathan Trader, trying to create a watch list in TradingView. Question is, I've got DJI, SPX. IXIC is the NASDAQ comp. All right, I am going to close out of the rest of the Expedia this week's. I may look at it again tomorrow. But they're 200%. So yeah, I'm out. IXIC, Nathan Trader. Samson, I think that PNW has the best. I think they have the best full stack solution. So when you look at one company that can do and tie together all the various aspects, I think they have the most complete offering. I also think that they've made some really good moves in the last couple of years in some of the acquisitions that they've made. When they bought Redlock, that was a key sign for me that PNW was putting themselves into a good place. And I used to sell PNW not that long ago. Both software licensing and hardware. So I've been a fan of PNW for a while now. AAL 27. We'll pull back on LK here. Netflix still dropping. Yeah. Some downside there. Still eyeing this right in here on AAL. Come on down, Netflix. You do that thing. It's PNW at 225.50. Yeah, I think it'll recover just fine. It might take a little while, but I think it'll come back. just fine. Yeah, Bobby, it may mess around down there until it drops out of that area of support. I'm not too worried about it. Looks like AbbVie made a nice move. Ooh, Netflix. Keep on coming. Let's see. Peloton breaking 200. AAL dropping. I've got my eyes on Netflix right now because I am short in that one, but look, PB, I've talked about this a couple times. But this area in here for AAL, it might drop a little more. But, you know, I would expect this area in here, 2650-ish. You know, this is a long-term area of support. You would hope would hold. So that's what I'm watching. BMY, I'll go look. Lost business. I've been trying to learn. Let's see, I lost a business to security issues. So I've been trying to learn. Cisco firewall is a good call. Not unless you know Cisco. Cisco firewalls are great. Same thing exists with any of them. Palo Alto, Juniper. Unless you know how to handle, they're all decent or really good if you know how to manage them. If you don't, they're useless. How many trades do you do in a day? Pillow hump, it depends. Sometimes 5 to 10. There are days that I've done, 30, 40. Just depends. I would say on average, I'm probably 10 or so. Some people say that that's too many, but it's what works for me. Especially with the, the lowered commission structure. Yeah. Samson, it is all in how you configure it. And I used to do that kind of stuff too. And I've God, I've argued with so many people. Oh, that product sucks. I got, it didn't protect me from anything. Okay, well, you didn't ever even configure it. Like, you plugged it in and turned it on and left everything wide open. Yeah, it's not magic. And yeah, I mean, BMY is still, I still have it on the daily here at that 618 extension. Expect, we talked about this, but expect some BMY resistance in here. That's what you have to get through. A lot of resistance in there. So, it could get dicey as it tries to make its way through there. God, Netflix now under 293. Those puts are paying out. Samson, I've got a long-term background. I was in the Air Force. That's where I started in '97. I was a network security analyst, and just kept going from there. I was an IT manager and IT director. I worked at a internet service provider way back in the day. I didn't. I have a lot of certifications, but most of my experience is the majority of it is self-taught. Just because it's something that I always was passionate about, so I've always kept up with it. I still keep up with it. I worked at a Microsoft partner until about 9 months ago. I worked at Microsoft for a while. Before that, I worked at SHI, which is a big Microsoft partner, EMC partner, Palo Alto partner. And I went from about 17 years on the technical side of things into sales and technical sales. Pillow Hump, I kind of went through the morning routine, but I'll give you the short version. Is that I'm looking at. So tonight I'll look at the after hours action in the black box post market scan. I'll see what pops up, And in the morning, I'll hop on. I'll look at the pre-market scanner and see what's getting volume and see what's moving. And then I'll kind of go through the news and headlines. And I'll look at the overall, the market overall and see if I can get a feel or a sense for, the kind of action that I think we might see. So I'm usually at my computer about an hour before the market opens and going through that pre-market, looking at charts, looking at the scanner, seeing where things, like where the action is before the market opens. Any course or search you recommend? Samson, I could definitely recommend some depending on, I need to know a little bit more about your focus area, your goals. What are you trying to do? Do you want to be I would focus on things that are relatable to the cloud, obviously. But yeah, give me some idea on, let's see. So you are the one that says you lost a business to security issues. Samson, that type of job, like unless it's what you're going to do, you're better off hiring somebody else to do it. Because it takes years and years to learn to do it well. Is it a big surprise that TCCO is dropping? No. BMY 60. I know, Bobby, that's one of the nice things about playing BMY. There's like nothing on them. There's no juice. That's why I like AppV too, because there's very little juice on those, typically. God, ATVI is popping still. I wonder if they've looked at it. Anybody looked at the ATVI chart today? That chart is pretty. Pretty. Yeah, it looks very nice. So let's see. I'm gonna have to go. That'll be one to keep an eye on, I think. I like where it's at on the chart, and I'm already in some, but looking at that gap down that it took on ER, keep an eye on that gap right there. The top of that being, somewhere near, what about 56 and a half ish. Keep an eye on that area right there. ER in their next ER is in February. They reported a beat. I don't remember what their guidance was, but they reported early November. But it must have been decent because it dropped on ER and has been kind of clawing its way back since, but it dropped and bounced right off the 89 EMA on the daily and has been moving up since. So something to keep an eye on. Any guide for beginners? No. There is a book, but it's not like, Guide for beginners you think is good. If you're talking about trading, there is a book called Trading in the Zone that is really, really good. It doesn't show you the ins and the outs of trading, but it is really good. Sure, except I'm sorry I was talking on the stream and missed a lot of that. You looking at Peloton? Okay. Did you get short? So, uh, I was on the stream talking about the fact, and I actually responded to Citron on Twitter. Not that I think it gets read or anything like that. But I think that it taking a drop, if it was caused by that, I think was absurd with a $5 price target, in my opinion. So I didn't go short. I actually went long after it took the drop. And I'm still holding those. So I don't, let's see, APUF. That's me. This is Bender. So what do you want? Are you wanting to know if you should stay in it? Yeah, I would not be in it right now. Yeah, it's also sitting on the 34 right now on the 1 minute. Keep in mind that this thing is like another one of those that's got a pretty low float and with a high percentage of it being short. So it can move pretty quick. It's got that capability. So just watch it close if you're not ready to get out yet. How's his RVLV $50 target looking? Oh, it's at 17. It's at 17. Oh yeah. Let's see. Look out on Netflix short. Started studying security and learned that there's so much to it. Still trying to understand. Better thinking. It was trying to understand if. Better was thinking about. Python is good to learn and can help you in a lot of different areas, but it just depends on what you want to do. Like if you want to be a network guy, you want to be in management, you want to be a developer, engineer, sales, consulting. If you give me a sense on, what you're most interested in, then maybe I can give you some ideas. Personally, I think the most interesting area to focus on right now is where there's a huge demand is around orchestration and automation as it relates to either DevOps or microservices, the deployment and management of microservices, containers. There's a huge need for that. And there's not very many people that are actually any good at it. No. I did not write any of the code for Blackbox. And I'm not a developer. I mean, I dabble, and there's a few things that I've made of my own. Done a lot of website work and that sort of thing, but a little, some Python work on things like Discord bots and whatnot. That's not my forte. You got into BMY, you have Peloton calls and AAL and HD. Yeah, that's about it. And I don't need to write anything to scan the market because everybody else has already done it. So I'll just use what's out there and, try not to, I try not to overthink this stuff too much. I tend to just kind of play what I see, and there are some tickers where I kind of have my own bias about what I think they should do and what I think doesn't matter. But I just kind of try to play it the way that I see it. Just got a steady bullish alert on Netflix. I am out. Just in case. I don't know what's going to happen, but took my profit and I'm out. And that's why I love Black Box. Because, I probably wouldn't have known that. I don't know that I would have seen that. And we just got a second alert on Netflix. So, but that's why I love Black Box. Like, I can sit here and trade. I might be in a trade. And then, we get some sort of alert that comes through. And it's like, all right, people are, the big buyers are now stepping in saying, I'll pick some up here. Now, they're buying time on those. These are $16 contracts out to January 24th. About $2.5 million worth of calls came in. So down here, people like it. 293-ish. They're buying it. H2 calls. I think we're caught up. Another alert on Netflix. They are hitting the 300s. Pounding them. Crazy. There's a lot of flow going into those. A lot of money going into those. Those are spendy. Another $5 million call sweep. They're hitting those 300s on Netflix pretty hard. One, two, three, 4 alerts. Or was it 3? 1, 2, 3 alerts I see on Cisco on those 45s. Bobby, I don't suggest, I don't suggest somebody buy $1,600 contracts in Netflix out to January. I mean, they're buying those to catch ER. And those are $1,600 a contract. So a lot of people in here, don't have the account size to follow something like that. So how's that for a sidestepped answer? ATVI is still cranking. Blue, why don't you go over 85? That would be cool. Nice little pop on HD there. What's SPY looking like? Pretty flat today. Roku really flat too. Expedia pulled all the way back to the 200. Now getting a little bounce. Nike flat still. Starbucks still pretty flat. Let's see. A lot of Netflix long flow. Spent most of my life working in cars, appliance, HVAC, taking a toll on my back. So trying to get more computers so I can save my back for snowboarding. Interested to hear more. Yeah, Samson, it's a tough industry. If you have a passion for it, it's not bad, right? And I did, certainly. I still do. I just don't want to work in the industry anymore. But the technology, is still very interesting to me. And I still kind of keep up with it. I was writing my own containers when Docker first kind of came onto the scene, because I'm like, this is awesome. This is the future right here, and I still think it is. But you have to be passionate about it, and that's what I tell people that are interested in getting into it. It's like, find an area within technology that you can be passionate about, because it takes, to be successful, you got to be, and to enjoy it, you got to be passionate about it. And I've worked with so many people in the business that aren't. And it sucks. I hate working with those people. And that part of the reason I got out of the industry is because the majority of them, I felt like didn't have that passion and didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And I got tired of arguing with people that didn't have any idea what they were talking about and didn't care. Like, they didn't care about what was important. And they didn't care about, what the future, like what was coming, what was happening within the trend, within technology. Most people just didn't understand it or care. And it got to the point that I just was too annoyed with it. Man, nice pop on XL and X there. Not in that one. Now Starbucks getting a little bit of a pop here. What do we got? We got about an hour left. And Starbucks moving its way back up to the top of the channel, where it will likely reject and pull back like it's been doing all damn day. Let's see. Stony Computer Store, love tech, hate dealing with it for other people. Yeah. Yep. And P. Mellon, I actually really enjoyed sales, the sales side of it, for a while, until it became apparent that I would run into the same issue, which is I actually understand the shit and did it long enough to know how it all fits together and how it works and why something's better than something else. And I was working for managers that literally had no idea what they were talking about. And it got so frustrating that I just couldn't do it anymore. let's just say it was bad enough that at my last job, I saw what was coming, I saw what was going to happen, and I told my boss, who was the CEO, very clearly, I said, here's what's happening, here's what I see, and I'm telling you right now that if you don't listen and you just keep doing things the way that you're doing, we're not going to be successful. You're not going to be successful, and I'm going to get pissed off because you didn't listen and I told you, and I'm going to leave. So just because I've been through it, a few times, and it's the same experience every time. And then it happens, and then I get mad, and I'm like, see, I told you, and then I leave. I think cybersecurity is more important than a lot of people. Well, yeah, security in general. At least now, it's not as bad as it used to be, right? It used to be people would just be hooking crap up to the internet, plugging stuff in with not putting any sort of budget or investment into network security as a whole. But that's changing somewhat. Customers are definitely more educated and informed and advanced than they used to be from that perspective. It's still not great, but it's better than it used to be. You don't want to be the next guy that somebody told you needed to secure your network and you didn't, and a breach happens and steals all your customer data, and it's your fault. You don't want to be that guy. So, holy shit, look at blue. Almost 86. ATVI still crawling its way up nicely. A little pullback on Netflix. A little pop coming in on UVXY to the upside, which may coincide with a drop on SPY and potentially everything else. We'll see. I think cybersecurity is important. Wait until everybody that's deployed containers realizes that they haven't really done a whole lot to protect them. Microservices and containers are a little more secure by nature, but there are some gaps and some holes, and I'm not going to talk about them on a live stream, but I think eventually that will come into view. That's going to be interesting when it does. Spy Bloomberg reporter Eric Martin tweets that Senate will not be able to take up USMCA this year. All right. Thanks, Bobby. What is a container? Says Poker Pro. Oh, am I explaining this to somebody that is technical or non-technical? Because it's two different answers. I'm going to go with non-technical. Doesn't mean you are. But a container allows you to run an application or service or code or whatever without having to install a full operating system. It's kind of like a little, segregated environment to run a specific function or application. Shopify uses hundreds of thousands of them to run their environment. So when somebody goes and signs up for an account and they want to spin up a storefront, there's some automation in the background that spins up containers. One for, it'll spin up like a database container and a web container, and but it's a way to segment the services, decouple applications. No, well, it can be, but go look at, just do a Google search for Nginx container, Nginx container. That's a web service container that you can spin up and then configure The beauty of containers is that they're portable. So if I create and spin up a Docker container on one cloud provider or on premise, I can move that container very easily to another environment. And most of the time, if you're doing containers right, they're stateless, meaning that the container is deployed through code, and the container itself can be destroyed and rebuilt without any impact. And it can also be reused. So the code should be written using variables that allow the end user to take your container and deploy it in their own environment with very minor changes, and use it. Yes, use Google. Backend stuff, yes. Yeah, it's all good. Poker Pro and YOLO Puts is the house bouncer. So I appreciate that, but it's all good. And I don't mind talking about this stuff. I enjoy talking about it, so it's cool. And Peloton now getting a pullback here. Blue getting a little pullback. House asshole. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. This is a safe space here. It's the safe space. I thought we were in the safe space with the, what is it? With the robin in the basket or something like that from old school. So here's your pullback. I'm watching this bluebird right here. I am in it. I'm in commons, but I've been in it since about 76-ish. And I'm just moving my stops up. Put a stop in here at 85. Yeah, I'll do 85.25 for now. No, I'll do 85 for now. Let's see. So does Shopify secure their containers properly? I don't know. Poker Pro. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know a whole lot anymore about their environment. I used to be more familiar with it. Just because they were somebody that I worked with a little bit. But I don't know now. But I will say Shopify is probably the most, advanced, because they were an early adopter. And they've had a lot of help, right? They got a lot of help from some of the companies that make the software that monitor it or host it or whatever, Microsoft being one of those companies that, had worked with them a bit. But just know that they did get a lot of help because they were an early adopter and they are a success story. AI, the end of the world. Musk thinks so, right? I don't know. I think eventually it's the end of the stock market, the way that we know it. It's going to get really, really tough, I think, eventually to make a profit at this. At least the way that we do it now. Things will change and evolve, but, when it's nothing but computer systems trading back and forth for pennies, it's going to be tough. Yeah. I've done some research on the topic, but I just hope that we're smart enough to manage it is all. Maybe. And I don't think that way. I mean, think at least for a while, it's, I'm excited about the things that we can do with AI to improve our everyday lives. And I'm not one of those people that is like, oh, I don't want my Alexa listening to me, and I don't give a shit. I don't say anything that matters. Yeah, I see when I, ouch, when I mentioned something. I think they just took out some stop losses, not mine, but I really don't care because I'm not saying anything that that matters to me. So it just doesn't really. I'm of the opposite. Going, you know what? If you can do things for me that make my life easier, go for it. To a certain extent, of course, but for the most part, I'm not. It doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they give a shit about what I say. Yeah, we'll see. Bobby, a little bit. A little bit. Probably not for very long. God, those ATVI. Just a screamer today. But yeah, Bobby, LK is not something that I'm planning on, holding for any period of time. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of. I think I'm gonna dump the majority of it right here, just in case it decides to pull back before the day's over. When I bought it, I had no intention of holding on to it for any real period of time. There is the, I call that the piker of the day trade. That is the piker of the day. I win the piker of the day. I made a whopping 6 cents a contract. Oh, I take that back. Like 8 cents a contract. Yeah, not much. And I didn't buy much, so. No, I didn't. That's on Dave and Buster's. I don't have any thoughts on anybody's earnings. Billcast. I don't play earnings. I don't YOLO earnings. Every now and then I might, just for fun, if it's cheap enough to play, I might. But for the most part, I don't play ERs. Too much risk. And I've been burned too much earnings that I feel like I had really good insight into. And the company reported well, guided up, and then dropped because too much of it was baked in. You just don't, it's hard to judge how the market is going to react. I actually was going to go look at the VZ chart because I'm still in some VZ. And I saw that they were green today. Let's see. I'm up about 50% on those VZ calls. But I like it. And there's not a ton of premium on them, right? I'm playing the 61s for December 20th. So, it's at a spot where it could see a, potential breakout here with a little help and momentum. But I like it. And it's sitting right at the 200 MA on the 1 minute. A little extended maybe on the 30 minute, but it has pulled back a bit. It's sitting right at the 90 MA. I don't know that you necessarily have to get into it today. Given that we have 40 minutes left, you can. It's not in a bad spot, I don't think. But I think you could also play it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm already in it, but if I look at the 30-minute chart here, if you measure this move, you can see 786 extension is where it came down, tested, and bounced twice before moving up. I think with a little help, I think it gets a breakout, but 5 red candles on SPY, thank you. Poker Pro, let's go back and look at SPY. Yep. Still holding my puts on SPY, but again, that was more of a hedge for all the long positions that I have. Where's Kern? 1220. Nice. 1220 for Kern. And my THO is coming back. Has made up a lot of ground today, thankfully. Home Depot not looking bad. Yeah, THO has come back nicely. I'm still red. Not nearly as red as I was. I got a little stubborn with that one. The ATVI, seriously? The 5950s for December 27th have gone up. High volatility, 25%. Oh no, it only shows 23% today. ESTC. Yeah, we can look at ESTC. There's Netflix pulling back again. I have not looked at ESTC yet. And I don't know what it is. What is ESTC? Elastic NV package software. Are these Beanstalk? Guessing not. Search company. Okay, yeah. Search company forecast wider than expected loss. That was back on December 4th. It's just a few days ago. ER drop. Oh, nice. What do you think about GameStop? Yeah, I mean, ESTC, I'm not playing something like this, although only because I don't know anything, I don't know a whole lot about them and the company. You know, you would hope that this area down here where it opened, where it started, its life holds its support. I don't know that it will, but, you know, this is not something that has enough history for me to, you know, decide if that is long-term support right there. Or warn against that. You know, if it hasn't had to weather a storm, you really don't know where it's going to hold, in my opinion. Yeah, VZW looking pretty good. See if Netflix gets a bounce. Expedia broke that trend line on the 1 minute. Okay, not a big deal, but especially not this late in the day. Had a nice run today. If I go from the lows down here, I've already drawn fibs on the longer term chart. So you could see it potentially right now, you know, bouncing right there at the 786 extension. See if that continues to hold. Let's see. Oh, you have puts. Welcome back, Forex. Yeah, P Mellon, I think they have to change their concept significantly if they're going to stay relevant and stay around. I don't know how they're going to do it. Like, I'm not buying another game disc, game cartridge if I don't have to. I'll buy the console and stuff on Amazon, which I just did. For my kids wanted a Switch for Christmas, so that's what they got. Got about 30 minutes left. SPY holding up somewhat right there. All right, any other questions? About 30 minutes left. I'm not going to be around. I have Might be back on after the meeting, but we have a mods meeting, Black Box mods meeting after the close. That probably only lasts about 15 minutes, but. BMY breaking out again. Sweet. Good. Nope. I mean, they lost. Now they need to just, take it with, show some self-respect and just walk away. Like, you don't sit there going, oh, I lost. I didn't get the contract. I'm just giving it a hard time. Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Well, I want to know where to start, but it seems that there is not really a starting point. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The starting point, in my opinion, like I said, open up a paper trading account. TradingView has paper trading on Commons built in. You can paper trade every day. Paper trade Commons. And just start to get a feel for it. And like I said, that book I think is really good, Trading in the Zone. And hang out here and, get a sense for what's going on and read everything you can on chart patterns. What's a bull flag? What's head and shoulders? What's inverse head and shoulders? Is it bullish or bearish? What's the expected move? Start learning that stuff. That's where you start. Big drop on Nike here. And Starbucks at the end of the day, which means SPY is also dropping still. Can't believe everyone that is rushing into PCG, the most corrupt company ever. PCG, I don't know what to think about PCG. I know somebody that is a good friend of mine that works for NV Energy. And he's been in that business for years. And he said months ago, he basically said, just wait. Just wait and watch and see what happens because they ain't going anywhere. And, it will recover. He was pretty convinced on that. And he's not a trader. He doesn't know much about stock, but he had been paying attention to PCG. I personally don't know. I don't know. Dropbox, piece of shit. I really don't have much of an opinion on Dropbox. I've never been a huge fan of them. And in fact, it is a you know, a lot of times it's Dropbox becomes a feature of Shadow IT because the users don't get the functionality that they need. It isn't provided, so they go out to a Dropbox to share files and stuff, and I'm not a huge fan of that for security reasons. I don't personally use Dropbox. I get a terabyte of storage, I think, with my Office 365 subscription, and I have like unlimited capacity on Google. So I mean, I can, just kind of show you the way that I use them. You can go read about them. But as far as, like just draw them on a bunch of charts and get used to drawing them. TradingView actually has a feature that gives you the fib pivots. And they usually line up pretty good. When I draw them and I look at the auto fibs, they're usually pretty close. But if you look at something, and this would not be a good example. Let's get a good example. Something that, what's this? ATVI. Get something with some back and forth motion. Yeah, I'll show you how to apply how to apply and use fibs. Let's look at Expedia. There's one that I drew these on. So you can use fibs on any time frame. You can use them on a 1 minute. You can use them on a monthly. And typically you will see some reaction around those fib pivots. And you draw them from an impulse high or low to a high, or the inverse if you're looking for the pullback on downside. In TradingView, there is the trend-based fib extension. That's the tool that I use. So I look for, okay, where did it change? Where did it really change direction? And when you think, the term impulse is important. Impulse low to impulse high. So this move right here, I would call this impulse buying. It made a nice move today. So then I would look at, okay, where did this start? Well, this move started pre-market. And I kind of play with them when I draw them. I'll start with what it looks like to me and then adjust, to get them to see if they line up. But if you say, okay, well, impulse low, let's use this, market open impulse low to the high. Where did it change direction? Where did it really pull back? That was there. That was the current move, right? So that's kind of how you draw them. You just look for high to low and draw them in that way. Now this, you can see, let's see, let me zoom this in a little bit. And you can see that, let's see, the 786 extension, one of the spots where it rejected right there, moved a little higher, came back, bounced right there. I mean, among other places, right? But there was a reaction there. You can see the 618 extension on this move is where it kind of went sideways and consolidated before making that next move. And that's kind of how I look at this. Is like, okay, well, from the low, we got this pop, got through the 236 extension to the 382, pulled back a little bit, held that as support, kept going through, messed around here at 618, continued higher, right? Now you're looking for, on a run like this, you want to see it pull back and hold the 786 extension, which it has not. So the next place I look, and would still be intact here, on this bullish move, is to hold 618 extension. Sometimes things will pull all the way back to the 382. Now you could also argue that the first time it stalled, was right in here. But I don't really see any, it didn't pull back really until up here. So that's what I look for, is where the bigger move happened. A lot of times fibs are easier to see on a longer term chart. But you'll see, and they don't always get respected. But if you've hung out here for any period of time, you will see that a large majority of the time they do. And they when I put them on a chart, it's like, oh, look, it rejected right here, or it bounced right here, which is, makes a lot of sense. So just kind of get familiar with, drawing them, see how they line up. If you have TradingView, add the auto fibs and start seeing if you're drawing them right, see if they're lining up. Like, do they match what the auto fibs say, or are they at least close? That'll tell you that you're drawing them right. Impulse high, the spike. And it's easier, I think, it's easier to do it on a longer term chart, like right here on VZW. It's easier to say, okay, well, it changed direction, came down to here. That was the low. Where did it stop? Right here and back down. Okay, you can see that it's come back and it's tested that 618 extension a few times before now moving higher. That's a healthy pullback. I mean, this is longer than just a pullback, right? But this initial run up, pull back to the 618 and bounce, that's healthy. That's not bad. A lot of times when stuff's moving really fast, though, it'll bounce right off the 786 extension. So just get used to kind of drawing them. And like I said, it's good to add the auto fibs and see if your numbers and how you draw them match up with what the auto fibs look like. But I don't think there's not a whole lot to it, in my opinion, in drawing them. You can start to, and there's different types of fibs, right? I typically just focus on that trend-based fib extension is usually what I'm looking at. But let's look at PG on a weekly chart. And we can do the same sort of thing here. We can say, well, on the weekly chart, you could either draw it from down here and see how it lines up, or draw it from here. The auto fibs are already on this chart. So if I drew it from here, that's kind of what I come up with right here. And my fib lines up with R1 on the auto fibs. Something like that. So you can see on this run up where it hesitated, right there at the 618 extension, pulled back a little bit. Then when it finally got through, kind of messed around in here for a couple of weeks, right at the 786 before moving higher. And then when it did pull back, where did it pull back to? The 786 extension before trying again. Now it's above the 21 EMA and holding that. So, and that's on a weekly chart. But, it really just shows you kind of those key levels. And you can read about fib extensions and the expected move. In a bullish scenario, where should you expect it to pull back from? And if it does, and it does it in like that textbook fashion, what's your next expected move? So just draw them on a bunch of charts and get used to looking at them and see, like I said, not everything lines up. It doesn't always work. But a lot of times it does. The majority of the time it does. Yep. Big drop BMY. Says I'll take and look for correlation on certain lines. Yeah. Yep. It's great when they all line up. Yeah, I may. OG Bobby. Again, it's time is what I'm short on. When I originally started this stream, my plan was not to be on here streaming all day every day, which is what I'm doing, which is fine. It's just kind of what it's turned into, but that was not the original plan. It was like, okay, I'm gonna go live and stream when I have a chart set up I want to talk about. I'm gonna, try to post some videos and things. But it's really turned into, me being here, all day, every day. Which means not a lot of time for other stuff. Ideally, I'll get a process more smooth where I can, when questions come up, I'll get used to just like hitting the record button, making the video on the fly, and then post it. That's what I should be doing. I should be doing it when we're analyzing charts and things as well, but I'm not yet. And right now, they just get caught or lost in the live stream because there's hours of video to go through to find that, I want to see where we talked about, such and such chart. It's like there's hours of content for me to go through to try to find that. Oh, PB, I'm not going anywhere. At least not definitely not in the short term. Right now, I'm just kind of seeing how this goes. Like, can we build an audience streaming this stuff on Twitch? That's kind of step one for me. And then I have some other ideas to incorporate into Blackbox in the future, but I got to kind of prove this out and see that this is going to work and that we're going to get enough viewers to make it, where it's worth the time to do it every day. But these things take time. You guys can help by subscribing on YouTube, subscribing here on Twitch, following on Twitter. Spread the word. That certainly helps. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, I work for Blackbox, so I have to be able to show that, while everyone else is, doing what they need to do as a moderator in Discord, that what I'm doing is bringing enough value to Blackbox that they let me keep doing it. OG, I'm streaming to right now. This is also streaming to YouTube. So, maybe it's a matter of just breaking the videos into content that is, easily digested. Could be the case. So I'll have to work on improving that. Nice little recovery here on Nike into the close. See what Starbucks does. With 10 minutes left, I can glance at BABA, but probably not going to do anything on it. THO is, we got beat up yesterday. We're at 67, so it's up $4 today. I bought those calls we're almost back to where I bought the calls. Which I went into this knowing that, okay, it's a low float with low volume. Like, it could make this kind of move, but that's why I wanted to give it some time and be patient with it, because I was just looking at it going, This looks silly. It's a low volume drop. Let's see. BCAS Tex, BCAS TX. Great stuff. Same concepts I used in crypto. Awesome. Appreciate you streaming, sharing your knowledge. Just added you on StockTwits. Need something there to push your stream. I do post there from time to time. I'll post in StockTwits, and I appreciate it. Thanks for the help. I do post there from time to time, inviting people to come over here. I go into some of the other Discord servers that are public, and then when I see people that are getting their asses kicked, taking losses all the time, I'm like, hey, come over here, hang out. I think some people get too, and I've been there, I was there early on, but they get too excited and antsy to make a trade, and it results in loss after loss. And then on the next trade, they lost $100 on the first trade, so they're going to try to make it up, right? And then they're not trading smart. They're not trading a chart. They're just revenge trading, going, I want my money back. And that typically is going to end in more losses. And so when I see that, I invite them to come over here. Most of them don't. Every now and then I get flamed a little bit for it, but that's okay. I don't really care. It is surprising how many people are okay just losing money over and over again, and someone offers to help them, and they don't take you up on the offer. It's like, well, you're kind of writing your own future, your own ticket of just more losses. Go follow somebody that's willing to help. Thank you, Altor. I appreciate it. Thanks. OG, no, that's not. I mean, I've dabbled. There's some projects and stuff that I've done, and if there's something I really want to do and make happen, I could probably figure it out. Most of the time, I do. Scripting, things like that. I can usually figure out how to, whatever it is I want to make happen, I can usually figure out a way to make it happen. But I am not a developer. That is not my primary area of expertise. I'm more of a hobbyist on that front. Look at this buying in THO. Jeez. Just not stopping. Those calls were 30 cents this morning, and now they're 80 by 90. Samson, I don't even read Discord. There is too much going on. I listen. I've always got it in my ear. I'm always listening. But I don't read much of the text chat in Discord because there's just too much going on. Can't really follow it. There's certain, I think there's a few people that if they know that it's something I'm interested in, they do an at bender, and then I know to read it. But it's hard to keep up. Nice pop there. Tell you, THO is just looking better and better. Crazy. Not entirely unexpected, just didn't expect a $5 drop that it took before it recovered. That was a little surprising to me. You see that THO chart today? Anybody look at that? Low volume. I was just talking about this on the stream. People were asking me if I was still in it yesterday. Yes, I'm still holding it. That thing it dropped all the way down to $62, and it's now almost back to where I originally bought it. I wrote it all the way down in a small position, but it only does like 750K of volume a day. But it's made it all back. Renee, you're still in it? Yeah, made it all back. It's crazy. Tech Money, that's THO. Ones I got into yesterday. Well, you can only buy monthly, so I'm like, these have time on them. It was a low volume drop, so I mean, I was telling people yesterday, like, I'm not gonna be mad at you if you cut it, because it did take a pretty sizable drop, but it has made its way all the way back. Looking really good today. Sorry, Kane. Small market imbalance to the buy side. Very, very small. Insignificant. Let's see. Samson. I'm stoked we're actually breaking down charts and covering good topics. Yeah, I got in THO yesterday. They put out their numbers yesterday, which were pretty good. But, this thing doesn't do a ton of volume. So it got taken down yesterday on a low volume drop is the only thing that kept me in it. It wasn't a ton of volume. There was a lot of volume in the morning, which was that initial pop. And then it was low volume drop. So I held it, and I'm still in it. But look at this on the 15-minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 small red candles on the 15-minute. Everything else green. I mean, and now it's just cranking. And it definitely has the ability to move, and I love where it's at down here on the chart. That's why I held it. That's the other reason I held it. Just all the way down here near the 200, and they put out some good numbers that people, I think, were excited about. They did miss on, I think they beat on revenue, missed on EPS, but they had like a 20%, growth in some of their, like, they put out some pretty good numbers, I thought. And I didn't dig too far into it, but, based on what I saw, it looked pretty positive. Let's look at this at the weekly. Yeah, I mean, I think it's could be ready to run. And if you look at it, it's got some room. It really, if it starts to really go, it's got some room. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does, about 750,000 shares a day. So it's not like it's no volume. It's not 9,000 like that one that we looked at earlier. It gets volume. It's just not, it's not a ton. It's not a ton. But, 750K average volume daily is definitely tradable. That's why I didn't cut it. And HCVI, really, really nice. Really nice bounce off that pullback. Would not be surprised if that lines up. Somewhere. ish. Not too far above that 786 extension on that bounce. Actually, if you adjust something like something like the start of this move. That's kind of how I see it down here. And probably closer to there for the impulse low. Messed around right here at 618 before going higher. Didn't quite make it back to that 786 extension, but now it's going to go try. It looks like it wants to go try again for new high day. It's got to break that 56 now. That's what you want to see. Looks like it's going to go give it a shot, though. I like Cisco. Yeah, THO numbers, I mean, they look decent to me. Blizzard just probably released some new content for Classic WoW. Yeah, I don't think that's what it's about. And we are closed. I like Cisco. And I like where it's at. And I did pick up some calls in Cisco today. I got to run. I got a mod meeting I got to go to. I might be back. But if not, have a great night. And I will be on tomorrow morning before the bell. So great day. We had some good trades today.